Alright, folks, welcome back. 皆さん、お帰りなさい。今日は36日目です。It is day 36. I'm keeping a promise to myself, I suppose, that we do not digress as much as the last 3 or 4 days. And tomorrow, make an attempt. Make sure to make an attempt to finish and wrap up the Duolingo Chinese course segment. But today, I miscalculated yesterday, thinking that I would get my lessons yesterday. But it's definitely today. It's either going to happen at 8 or right now. Because there were 47 reviews and one of them was a chunk of 31, which sort of lines up with this. So some of this, right? I'm sure we're gonna end up hitting this 80. This was a typo, and actually, this was a typo. This was a jerk reflex, right? Because I typed se instead of jin. Yep. So we're gonna get right into it. Keep on task today. Keep on task today. Rest up for tomorrow. All right, let's hop in. Before that, what was yesterday's conversation? Oh, I actually don't know. What was yesterday's conversation? It's probably doing with... Right, we were talking about... The bulk of the conversation was talking about permutations and outcomes, right? Thinking about uniqueness was the trigger. The idea of... we were talking about odds. There were sports metaphors thrown in. Quite a lot of things. I had some thought about that. And also, the big one that was most relevant to my interest was learning styles, right? Learning styles. I actually did a little bit of perusing again to see if that type of thing has changed over the past year or something. Something eluded my grasp, but generally speaking, it's no substantial evidence supports the idea that if you tailor something to a preference, right? I usually use the word preference, but tailor it to some sort of aptitude that someone believes, it would substantially increase their performance, right? It's actually even, I didn't even consider the idea that you would get a performance gain. I was thinking more from using the word preference as a form of psychological barrier. So when someone learns something, if it's tailored to their preference, it may produce a placebo effect that enables them to lower their barrier. So not specifically for that performance. However, even then, the experiments that still exist today that are published still suggest that placebo, when taking account to the placebo and controlling for potential placebo effects, it's a negligible improvement in someone's performance. So thinking and knowing that you believe that you have a specific type of style of learning does not remarkably or significantly increase. Now you might be thinking, well, that's fine. You still do the thing. It's like, yes, if it's sufficient. However, when a lot of times when I think about people who thinks and tailor their learning experiences to a particular style, it's creating hyper-focusing. And when I was trying to give an example of diversification, that's what I mean when it comes to diminished return. The properties and areas of learning not only are cross-modal, the way your brain works, right? The way learning style has came about is that largely now misconception that the way your brain contributes and compartmentalizes your faculties in learning is not heavily integrated. So like when you're doing something visually, you're not experiencing an auditory experience or other types of experiences. It's typically cross-modal. So learning experiences are incredibly cross-modal, even to the point of tactility and tasting. Most of it is now cross-modal, as well as there is no statistical performance significance when you target a style, that particular engagement. It actually ends up, in my opinion, even more likely to limit that person's capacities, largely due to focusing on not diversifying the learning experience. So what makes anime incredibly more engaging than reading the text sometimes is how many senses and cross-modal integration you have, right? Creating an effective mnemonic involves integrating multiple modal ways of making the mnemonic effective. If a mnemonic reminds you of how something smells, how something sounds, all that coming from a text as opposed to an image, that is still engaging more things than saying, I need to look at something, and that's what I'm going to focus on. I'm only going to focus on what I see as opposed to thinking and hearing what I'm reading. So that's kind of the... Does it squeeze out significant in performances? I'm going to say it's noticeable, probably, for someone who's focused on performance. But in the day-to-day, it is, in my opinion, for the current period, it is a misconception for the current data. However, I don't think it's sufficient or significant enough in order for people to be concerned with it. Oftentimes, thinking that you have a strong preference for practice skills lead to sufficiency. You perform sufficient enough to achieve your goals. So if you're not a maximalist when it comes to performance, it's sufficient. And because it's sufficient, the misconception persists. Until it becomes insufficient, I typically think that there is not a strong motivation in order to investigate further. But generally speaking, if you're a performance seeker, someone who focuses on the aspects of learning, then typically you want to diversify your integrations. Am I still on level 4? Yes, I'm still on level 4. It takes more than 7 to 9 days to unlock anything. Yes, still on level. It's very predictable how long it takes to level up. All right. With that said, it was a really interesting topic. I'm kind of curious how our discussions lead to the development of a learning app, because I think that the way people make learning apps and critique learning apps come from a very focused point of view, largely due to the nature of it's a lot more clear and defined when you hyper-focus the learning method tailored to the content. So this is something that came up on a WaniKani thread today, and it usually it deals with Duolingo again, right? So every month or so, apparently the community says this like a brush off. Every month or so, someone's going to talk about Duolingo again in the WaniKani's thread, and as you read through the responses, you have your classical distribution. And while there's a classical distribution of the content or like the performance outcomes of using Duolingo, oftentimes there is a collective bias, largely due to the nature that WaniKani is one of those products. So people who like WaniKani would be reflective self-selection on that mindset. The mindset is that specialized learning strategies are far more useful compartmentalized than they are holistic. So, for example, if you go to a university, these would be individuals who believe general education is a waste of time versus specialized education. Why learn physics in a biology class, incorporate physics into a biology class if you only want to learn physics, right? That's kind of the perspective that I think about when someone says, well, Duolingo is not useful because each one of the aspects of Duolingo has something that does better than that. Use all those products instead of Duolingo, right? Duolingo has simple sentences. Use an app that has complex sentences because it's better. Well, what else does that app do or don't do? The idea is this, in my opinion, is what is a consequence of specialized learning skills and styles. You pick specific things, and the placebo effect and the drop in motivation will enable you to believe certain things, right? And ultimately, when people speak to other people, right? When they use their target language to speak to other people, they will inherently focus on very specific parts of speech, right? Like when you talk to someone, did I get my vocabulary right? Like, is this how I should speak to, as opposed to thinking about integrating most of that. When you're talking to someone and you're practicing stuff, you can be an incredibly elegant, grammatically correct person, but rarely, in my opinion, those individuals fail to grasp how holistic and dynamic interacting within a human being is. And oftentimes those specialists end up relaxing and elevating all the other skills that are involved that fell by the wayside largely due to compartmentalization. There isn't a focus of integration. When you're on Boon Pro, you have a mindset of doing a specific thing. Rarely will you contextualize that stuff to that because Boon Pro does not do that, right? The averaging effect, the mediocrity. Oh, and hello, Matthias, sorry. Like for example, when you're trying to do an average job across the board, it'll feel underwhelming because you're doing a lot of things. When you're specialized, it'll feel good because the internet reminds you, in my opinion, that if you specialize in a very specific thing, it does it really, really well. That's compartmentalization. That's hyperfocusing, and it also means you will likely not develop a perspective on the bigger picture. So when you think about your learning, you can choose to compartmentalize that. At some point, all of that will be integrated together, so you can still reach your goal in that way. Looking at a product that is rounded and expect to be mediocre at a lot of things because it's rounded, you can compare apples and oranges and choose to pick an aspect of this person and say that particular aspect is not as good as another person's aspect who have dedicated their entire life to that aspect. As opposed to thinking about, well, this product does 7 things. This product does 1 thing very well. So when you say there's no point in a product that does 7 things average wise, and then 1 thing that they cherry picked is better because that product is designed to focus on that, one must also be fair and consider all the things that specialized product doesn't do, right? That is a comparative analysis. However, generally speaking, I would say the common thread for, against, indifferent to Duolingo on the thread server often deals with cherry picking as opposed to a summation of what they do. They're not saying all of the threats, but the general majority, regardless of what position someone takes, like, oh, this was helpful, or this, I can see myself using some of this time. And then you have your general like, well, you know what they say, if if you're spending time doing something, you can better spend that time doing something better, right? That type of thing is so reductive that, in my opinion, oftentimes in these individuals would go on to design a product and they wonder why their product is not popular and or in demand or in touch with their target audience, because you can develop an incredibly nuanced, specialized product with the expectation that people will want it, but it is a specialized product. The whole idea of a specialized product is that it will appeal to a very small audience, largely because those audience have incredibly high standards. Now, if that person is not upset about that and they understand the trade-offs and whatnot, that is reasonable, right? Like, hey guys, I made the most detailed, most feature-rich version of learning Japanese grammar. Here it is. You release it, and your first swarm of comments would be, everyone who chooses to use it will love it, will absolutely love it, because they already know what they want. This is the symptom of algorithm and the internet. If you target your right audience, yes, your product is going to be 9 out of 10, 10 out of 10 all the time, because the ones that will choose your product has to even understand what your product is doing, largely because it's incredibly specialized. WaniKani, like I mentioned before I started, is likely to have a higher satisfaction consistency than Duolingo, largely because its audience is pre-selected. It's very highly specific. You have to be interested in kanji. You have to be interested in Japanese in order to do that. So when the thread comes out and someone says, oh yeah, this product is only useful for this because it's no big deal. Like, if you're serious about language learning, you can't possibly use this product, because, well, you can't possibly use any of the product this person has named if you didn't start to be interested in learning in the first place. So when you're talking about serious language learning, you're not serious until you're casual. It's not like a optional thing, right? You're casual before you're serious, regardless of it's a continuum. So when someone says, oh yeah, all these other things, that's serious language learning, and I'm like, well, yeah, you can keep highlighting these products about serious language learning, and then you will have no language learners. In my opinion, you will have very, very few language learners. In fact, it would go against, in my opinion, the philosophy of trying to get more people to learn a language. Meanwhile, you have these thoughts of stylistic targeted applications for language learning, and you're having high aspirations of encouraging people to learn something, and your first thought is to release a highly technical, specialized app in order to think that that will increase the adoption of language learning. The last time I checked, I'm pretty sure when you go into school and you're trying to start to learn something new, the first thing they do is not to slam all the jargon and like college level or graduate level material at you, expecting you to just pick it up. So regardless of how feature rich something is and specialized something is, if it's not well rounded enough, you cannot start somewhere. So those are my like much more critical points that I was trying to make yesterday. It works when you're already competent and already someone seasoned, right? I meet someone, they're multilingual already, then it's very likely that they will have these opinions. Now the question is, if that person goes on to make a product and they are assuming they can get new learners, like encourage new learners, that is a leap of logic. You are leaping across the point that people are sharing your emotional intelligence at your competence rate. And when you design your product using that perspective, the likelihood of that product being successful to spread adoption is going to be nearly non-existent, if not also emotionally upsetting, largely due to the nature that a person like that did not well-round themselves enough in experiences to understand what it was like to start again. A serious language learner is a casual language learner to be. When a casual learner becomes serious, those are the steps, right? So lots of people go on their threads like, oh yeah, you know, just she's all these apps put together. It's like, wait, what? Oh, you have to pay for all those? It's like, no. See, it's worth the money, right? It's worth the money. Trust me, bro. It's worth paying for 4 separate apps because they do them all specialized, right? Meanwhile, the person who's asking is like, how do you have time to use all 4? It's like, don't you need to learn how to use these apps or whatever you say? It's like, yeah, all of them have separate learning curves, and all of them also have practice skills in which you have to apply it. Like, if BoonPro teach you all the grammar, well, it's kind of like taking WaniKani and your style is to learn kanji, and everything else will naturally come from it. Sentence construction and all that will naturally come from WaniKani, and BoonPro learning grammar, it will naturally all come together, right? I actually would argue that is probably one of the biggest steps and last stages of language learning, largely because products do not do that anymore. And the people who think they know the best are making products that make it even less that. They are no longer holistically showing how the things come together. Like, how does WaniKani's kanji, learning kanji, come together with BoonPro's grammar, which comes together with graded readers, which comes together with speaking? If you compartmentalize them, you still end up having to practice connecting all of them, bringing them together. So you can be excellent at grammar, excellent at vocabulary, excellent at all the fields separately, and then spend the rest of your life bringing them together. That's perfectly fine, right? That's perfectly fine. It does not stop people from making that decision for other people. Like, what I mean is that specialized approach, that's not the only approach, but it certainly sounds like it's the only approach. I went, that's school didn't take that approach. As a example, at least my education, it was a liberal arts education. I actually found that my general education opened the world for my specialized skill. So if you're sitting here thinking I will always rely on my visual cortex, wherever that is, that the whole zoning of your brain thing, that's a generalized model. If you go to later on, when you look at the anatomy of the brain and neurology and whatnot, that's no longer the case. So you still think exercising your visual cortex because it's hyperstimulated or something, and then you predicate everything on that and your principles and mindset and trying to develop an app for learning, you're going to get mixed results. However, I think your feedbacks are going to be incredibly positive, largely because this is still a very common misconception about the learning side of things, not necessarily the content side of things. Now, the content, yes, I understand. You're either you know the grammar points or you don't. You know the vocabulary or you don't. Associating what is a common pattern between the grammar you see and the vocabulary you see requires a holistic approach. You have to construct the sentence where you practice Bunpro telling you to use the sentence structure from somewhere else, right? Or like these examples have the same limitations as a product that specializes in something else. Like WaniKani objectively will not likely going to tell me or show me how I can take all these characters and all these words and construct sentences out of them in which I can form a cohesive paragraph, right? This is a specialized product. Specialized products have less dissonance because it is not juggling more than it desired, and there is an incredible bias for that. What makes me unremarkable is largely because the skills that I've specialized in, they're not apparent, they don't get to be used, so therefore I appear far more average person, right? And average is unremarkable. In this day and age, I think average is substantially remarkable, largely because the vast majority of people online who do speak and make things are people who are very excellent at a very narrow amount of skills. And certainly they will go on to make products that will appeal to a very narrow audience, and that narrow audience will provide a misconception that that product is consistently applicable to a larger population. When you're making a product that appeals to a larger audience, your score goes down. It doesn't usually go up. And the ones that do are more the exception than the rule. So the rule is that the more you do, the less likely you're going to shine in any particular area when it comes to product development. So my concern yesterday was that if you're going to make a product that deals with the discipline of multiple languages, with the mindset that you are going to develop a product that specializes in all those languages, your starting point is going to look like Duolingo or Babbel or Rosetta Stone, LingQ, right? So those are the names doesn't show up oftentimes on a forum of a specialized product, largely because they are seen as mediocre compared to a specialized product that you cherry pick for comparison. Yes, a product that focuses on grammar is going to do better than a product that doesn't only focus on grammar, for sure. A product that focuses on complex sentences and nuances are going to be better than a product that doesn't focus on that, right? So null hypothesis testing, that was the last core thing. And genuinely, I still feel that learning lessons are often the most transformative part of human experience. So largely, regardless of what I say and what people believe or not, if they go out to do those things, I believe that will lead to magic. So I'm not trying to discourage someone from saying they couldn't possibly experience something until they do. Trying to make a product like that could surprise me too. So learning is essentially all I think about. So there is going to be things that I do not consider when it comes to learning. And one of the learning aspects that I haven't really considered is maybe there's a secret sauce to this. Maybe if you tap into something in a very narrow field, it is the end-all be-all secret sauce to learning. So like that's kind of the impression I get oftentimes on the internet when it comes to looking at learning. If you learn the best way that you think you can learn, that somehow permeates all the things that you don't think you're best at. Because learning somehow it's transformative enough that if you focus on a particular property, everything else will sort out. I think that's incredibly reductive. And that to me is also a misinterpretation of some of the prominent figures in the field of language learning when they suggest like, oh, let's reduce this person's comment to, oh yeah, if you just read enough, you just keep reading, eventually all these other skills would develop itself, right? I feel like that's a paraphrase of what the person said. They might be inferring, they might be suggesting that when you read enough, it produces a barrier drop that allows you to engage with the other skill sets, and those skill sets will develop from your effort in a lot of reading. It's not to say that there isn't effort being placed to acquire speaking and listening. In continuously and consistently reading will eventually encourage, right? May encourage acts of speaking and listening down the road. So that is a more of a reasonable collection of learning. When you think of learning styles, a lot of times people think they're maximizing their performance by focusing on that particular thing. You can read, speak, and listen. You have enough, in my opinion, one has enough time in their day to involve more than one faculty. When you read, you can hear it too. Read it out loud. You can hear yourself and see and engage different processes. So cue the person that is surprised when they said they read a lot and still have problems speaking. Right? There's a 2 cents. 2 cents. Maybe 1 cent. I'm sure someone else have said this more than once in their own way. But it is pretty sobering that the myth, in my opinion, the misconception of learning styles continue to persist even in a specialized world, right? Although I do believe that the internet has some way of making it so that this stuff intuitively makes sense, right? How do you get good at running? It certainly doesn't involve resting, does it? Right? Because if you run more, you'll be a better runner. I use this because a lot of times physical fitness, they often do not include taking care of resting hygiene or dieting. Oftentimes it can be so narrow and focused, like if you run a lot, then you'll get better at running. Yes, I agree. You probably will. Does that, how much of that is diminished return if you don't take care of resting periods and your dieting, where your energy source is coming from? It could be disinteresting, like, I'm not interested in messing with my diet, so as long as I train hard, right, you get the output. It's like, yeah, as long as it's sufficient to meet your satisfaction. But going around saying that the secret sauce is to run more and everything else will check itself out, that's a misconception. Like, running a lot and running more doesn't necessarily elevate significantly your attention to sleep hygiene and dieting. It can motivate you when you reach a plateau to seek other ways to elevate your performance, which that's kind of my consensus. Like, if someone thinks they have a learning style, they make a product and they experience the limitations, so they explore other solutions, then in retrospect, perhaps that person will take a reconsideration to the idea that learning styles create a hyper-focus on dimensions of learning, and that their product may benefit from elevating different dimensions of learning in the future. The reason I say this is because WaniKani has shortcomings, right? But those shortcomings are not necessarily because they're bad. It's largely due to the specialized nature of this product. When someone says, I want I want sentences. Why can't we have more sentences in WaniKani in order to learn the vocabulary? Well, the design is not for that. So those are one of the things. So why doesn't WaniKani garner more criticism? Because they didn't try to do that. Duolingo tried to do a lot of things, so there are more things to criticize, right? You can cherry pick Duolingo harder because it does 7 things, and all 7 of those things have a comparable specialized product. WaniKani tries to do, in my opinion, basically one thing really, really well. So then that is the point of critique most of the time. And then occasionally you have someone who's a bit more rounded and holistic and wondered, why can't WaniKani add sentences or add grammar points? And that's where someone else is going to make a product that is slightly more rounded, only to find out that they can't compete with WaniKani because they're not focused on that one task. But their advertisement would be, well, we try to add grammar and context to it, so that separates our focus, creating a uneven focus, right? And that would be a product like Duolingo. So it's an interesting duality, and that was a short story that I had. Now we're gonna focus, because I'm not gonna digress into 4 or 5 hours of this type of thing. I really love talking about learning, but talking, in my opinion, not necessarily talking about learning in the sense of how do you capitalize on learning, but more about raising awareness about the different realities of learning, where when you specialize in something and when you generalize in something, those come with different types of mindsets. So when you design something, hopefully your expectations are far more realistic than they are potentially misguided by no one other than yourself, in my opinion. Yeah. And there was one counter argument that I want to make. One last point is, we talked about null hypothesis testing yesterday. Oftentimes, traditionally, you would test it yourself, right? In science, when you have a hypothesis, you develop the hypotheses, and largely you test it yourself, largely because that hypothesis is unknown, as in there isn't a person that's doing it, right? So when you say, oh, I think this is true, the first thing you test is, what if this isn't true, right? What are all the ways this isn't true? And you design a way to test that too, right? That's how you strengthen. While you're seeking to prove your hypotheses, you are also strengthening anything that goes against your hypotheses, the null hypothesis. Now, in this day and age, you could say, well, that's a waste of time. You don't have to test it. It's like, correct. Absolutely correct. That doesn't mean you can't do a thought experiment. So when you think something is true and you watch a video and someone convinces you it's true, how often did you say, maybe I should look at the null hypothesis, right? And you don't have to come up with a methodology anymore, and you don't have to do the actual testing. You ask yourself if that question is true and go find supporting evidence for the null hypothesis. That creates realism and creates a balanced perspective. So then you can weigh the counter arguments to the argument at hand. Is this decision the best decision? Confirmation. Is this decision require some other trade-offs? The null hypothesis, the counter argument. Now, the downside of this is you're not actually doing any of the testing. So one of the trade-offs of using information and knowledge that other people have done is you have done none of the testing. So that creates another deficiency, in my opinion, when it comes to argument and presentation. When someone says, oh, I see this information, I see this information. That's great. That's more than seeing the information and having confirmation bias. Now you have not confirmation bias. You have no hypothesis testing and confirmation, but you didn't do the methodology or the testing. So without participating in methodology and troubleshooting and measuring someone can speak like they lack that experience. So that's one of the things that becomes much more obvious after the next stage. So you start at confirmation bias, which I would say is about 60% of people's arguments. It's based on confirmation bias. Then you have like a 30% chance that you're speaking to someone who has confirmation bias, but they also participate in a less frequent null hypothesis testing. So when they present an argument, right, present a point that they're trying to make, it includes elements of confirmation and elements of null hypothesis to a lesser extent. Following that, if the conversation goes far enough, I would ask them, so how do you measure this? Like, how do you know? Why do you know this stuff, right? And that's when methodology comes into play. And oftentimes, that's where the other 10% might hit, where someone would be able to explain how the things they measure and the things they consider actually tell them about which is better or worse, right? And oftentimes the scrutiny ends there. Like, and that's like less than 10% of the time. They get down to there, and you get to the point where, yes, this person probably hasn't engaged in actual methodology and troubleshooting, right? Actually, it's largely methodology. And then the very end is 1% or less, which is problem solving, and then solutions, right? Problem solving and solution execution. So all that step, it's kind of like the scientific method. And when I think about it, you got the top, the scientific method. They get to the first stage, and then the percentage of people's thoughts just funnel down to pretty much maybe once in every year in 1,000 to 2,000 people. I would say that I would have encountered someone who have thought and feel like they are able to collectively have experience, critical thinking, and problem solving. So not a bad or good thing, because the reason why I say that is because the internet has provided most of these things. So you don't really need those skills, right? You don't need the skills to test something if someone has already tested it. So at the top most thing, I would say being able to understand that when you type in an algorithm and say, is WaniKani a good source to learn Japanese? I'm sure that has come up multiple times. That's probably one of the top search results of WaniKani. WaniKani, is it a good resource for Japanese learning, right? For learning Japanese. And then you would type the opposite. Is WaniKani bad for Japanese language, for learning Japanese? And then you would type thoughts about you can be as encompassing as possible, and that's the first stage. And I would say, because of the wealth of knowledge that the internet has, 80 to 90% of search results are satisfied at that stage. You no longer need to consider yourself, wait a minute, this person says WaniKani is a good source for Japanese language learning. How do they know? So then you look into that person's comment, and it would not explain how do they know, because that's where the internet ends. Most of the time, the 90% of all the stuff you learn now are based on not explaining how that was determined, right? One could say you could look at the raw data for the methodology, but interpreting the raw data also requires understanding of methodology. You could say, oh yeah, they said they had a 90% success ratio. What is the methodology behind that? Is success meaning like they learned one word? If they learned one word, then the success ratio is probably going to be like 95 to 99% for WaniKani, because you can do it for free. And if you learn one word, you check the box. right? That's an absurd, obviously that's an absurd criteria, but you don't know the criteria of that data. So by coincidence, I've met 2 or 3 statisticians, or presumably statisticians now, or soon to be statisticians, and I'm not a statistician. However, at least I can appreciate that when you look at data, you also have to consider, when you're interpreting data, how that data was recorded, right? That's methodology. So do I expect this level of interrogation when it comes to general knowledge? No, I don't. When you're a Duolingo user, I like to hope that Duolingo is approachable because these stats are done for you. You are a casual learner. You haven't decided if you're emotionally invested yet. Now, when I go to the forums of WaniKani and or BoonPro or something like that, the people who think, at least in my opinion, all due respect, think they understand how a product works in a specialized product, I genuinely feel like there's a tingling of expectation that since they have very intimate understanding of language learning at this point, so they use these products because they have very serious, you're very serious about your language learning, right? At this point, when you use these products, BoonPro and stuff, my question often is, are these serious language learners? And my answer often is, well, they might consider themselves as serious language learners from their perspective. I see a very similar mindset that the same Duolingo user that is now hates Duolingo and turned into a BoonPro and a WaniKani user has not developed any further understanding of learning. They have definitely understand more about the content that they need to get, but not about learning. In fact, it's still using the same mindset from the day they used Duolingo to the day they posted that response after using lots of BoonPro and WaniKani. Those comments deal with a lack of understanding of learning, but a very, very competent and super robust reliance on a learning style that they perfected to learn the content. So those people are excellent in Japanese. However, their advice, in my opinion, and recommendation is not due to the practice of understanding how learning works. I'm going to get a lot of heat in the future for this, but honestly, you can be very, very good, happy, satisfied, and coincidentally, your advice might be helpful as well if that's the social norm. And it is the social norm. So my advice is actually less irrelevant. It's more irrelevant, largely because people do not care about these things. Like 9 out of 10 people do not care if you're trying to integrate listening and reading and speaking at the same time as you're learning something, right? So my opinion is unpopular, and it's probably going to fall on deaf's ear until social normatives and behavior changes. So that's what I wanted to say regarding the last 3 or 4 days of long digressions. I think that the reality is I have a very unpopular opinion, largely because people like those like myself, possibly, who spend lots of time in formal education. Formal education is considered archaic because when you're online, the vast majority of people are not formally educated anymore, and they don't need to be. So there's no need to execute the scientific method in which you learned in high school properly. Then all the power to you. AI will do that for you, right? How do you critically analyze and summarize null hypothesis testing and check confirmation bias? Ask ChatGPT, right? Now, one thing I expect fairness when it comes to criticizing my bias is that you do not practice these skills that I do. So if you can't see that skill, that doesn't necessarily mean they don't exist. One of the particular things that I want to highlight when I'm sharing my experience is using those skills, right? Like when someone says, oh, you don't need to correct this mistake, I will tell you the right answer. That is not practicing the skill. It's removing the need for that skill. So, why do I record myself making mistakes, right? The idea is I like to solve those mistakes. If you don't like solving mistakes and mistakes for yourself or seeing other people make mistakes, then I'm genuinely curious what happens when a mistake happens. Do you think it's normal? Do you like to do it? Do you ever learn from your mistakes? Like, how do you extract information from a mistake? Largely, these are skills that are not useful anymore. They are a waste of time. Using something inefficient and learning how to make it efficient, that is also something that people do a lot, especially in scientific investigation. So if you don't do that, how do you do it? How do you practice doing it? Like, how do you take something that looks like garbage and make it into something great? Oftentimes the solution for most people in this day and age is to make it great first. Like, the product has to be great first, and then you don't have to worry about it. Don't make the mistake first, right? Don't start somewhere. Release a perfect product, and then suddenly when that product isn't perfect, right, that person gives up, in my opinion. Usually, I would say 6 out of 10, they would be like, yeah, I'm going to wash my hand of this. Let's just move on, right? That's kind of how I think the normative, not bad, not good. Most people expect this. If everyone's on the same page in terms of behavioral expectations, then things are good, right? Hello there, human being. Yeah, it's been a while. What have you been up to? Unlocking new kanjis today? I hope so. Yesterday, it did not happen, so it turned out it didn't happen after like the 5 or 6 hour digression. So hopefully it's today. I thought it was yesterday. You have good news today? You passed the driving acknowledgement test on your first try? Nice. Do you have a car? No? Yeah. Konbanwa. Konbanwa. Chao-san. Hey, Churn. Konnichiwa. So are you gonna... have you already driven, Zhao? Have you already driven? Or I'm not sure what is the driving acknowledgement test. Is that the one where you get a permit? Or like you get your license? I don't know which one that is. It's been too long since I visited the DMV. Not yet, but you plan to get one? Ooh, let me know. I would love to hear where you decide to drive or what you decide to drive on your first trip. That's exciting. Congratulations. All right, now we're going to unlock some kanji. We have to keep on task because tomorrow I can't keep pushing my my Duolingo Chinese wrap up. I can't keep pushing that. So let's go. I was adding some time so that I can refresh with this 80. So now we have 127. All right, cool. Let's try this. You need one more driving test. Oh, months later. Okay. So now you have a permit, right? This is the one where you get the permit so you can like drive with friends or someone who has a driver's license so you can like learn for the driving tests, right? So you still can drive somewhere, right? With someone. Yeah. I hope where you live is a conducive to driving, Zhao. Like there the United States, you know, is incredibly varied when it comes to driving experiences. So hopefully it's somewhere that doesn't add some baggage to the driving experience. like we're talking about, like if you're in New York City, that's sometimes when I'm in New York City, I actually rent a bike and then you use the bike as opposed to the car. Yeah, but you have a Chinese driver license, so they didn't give you a permit. I can use the Chinese. Oh, okay. Yeah, so you don't need the extra paper. Okay, cool. Yeah, for 6 months. Nice. I would love to hear what you do with being able to drive, like things that you can go. It kind of opens up stuff. I don't know if you live in a place, Jao, do you live in a place that I didn't even complete this? Do you live in a place that's like spread out, so you need a car to get to places, or are you like in the city? Oftentimes, the city is, it kind of makes driving kind of cumbersome, so I usually like grab a bike or something and ride around. Or do you have like a nice spread out place where driving can be very relaxing and peaceful and liberating, sort of? I currently live in a place where sometimes you just go out for a drive. You go out for a drive, look around, kind of like drive around, see what things are, as opposed to like in a city where you would get stuck in traffic for 75% of your drive. You just sit there in a gridlock. All right. I'm gonna do my reviews while we're chatting here. So, human being, are you still here? What is up? I'm doing pretty well. We started 2 new projects since the last time we spoke. We're doing Hansa Hero and WaniKani now, along with other things. And this month, new video game to do. The public traffic here is bad. Okay, it always takes about 30 minutes to get to where interesting. Oh, by Uber. Oh, well, I hope your driving experience is different. Here's an idea. I like audiobooks. So when I drive, that's what I do all the time now. Like whenever I get in a car, it's usually like a 3 or 4 hour drive to, like, it would be somewhere really far. So even short distance, far distance, I always load up an audiobook on my phone, get in the car and play the audiobook. And usually most Android devices and or iOS devices have ways to like pause and automate the pause and stuff while you need to do something, right? Like driving to your location and stuff. You enjoy listening to podcasts when driving? Yeah, that's a solid one. Yeah, I think that stuff alleviates a lot of sometimes it can be very jarring when you're like stuck in traffic and whatnot, and I think finding a different form of stimulation, like podcast, your favorite books and whatnot, goes a long way. Like I don't sometimes like, yeah, well, I'm here for 30 minutes, let's learn something, right? That kind of thing. Let's use our imagination. My parents don't really do that, so what they do is they sit there and they stare at the traffic, and then they speculate about why the traffic is stuck for the next like 30 minutes. If it takes 30 minutes to get the traffic jam, they basically increasingly get more and more disgruntled as they brainstorm about why the traffic jam is happening. and if I'm the passenger, I'm like, low key, I'm like, oh well, I have Duolingo on my phone. I might as well press some Duolingo exercises while I'm sitting in the passenger seat. That's kind of how I go about it. And when I'm driving, I'm usually listening to a book that I have been looking forward to listening to. Let's see. Okay. Let's get this. Okay, so the old ones are wrapping around too. Yep, the very first ones. Actually, is this still Cal? I actually don't remember the mnemonic for that. That's okay. If it becomes a problem, we'll try to remember mnemonic again. My T-bun didn't work. That's fine. Yeah, my T-bun doesn't work. I really need to make sure my T-bun works. Yeah, it typed E because I typed TE and my T-bun did not work. Feels bad, man. I'm starting to think about replacing my keyboard now. No, in the passenger seat. In the passenger seat. So I think you might have missed the context here. When my father, like the story was my father and mother are talking about the traffic jam. And while they're increasingly focused on the traffic jam, I'm like, I could do something while I'm sitting here as opposed to focusing on the traffic jam. I wasn't driving when I was doing that. That would be very impressive. Very impressive and also incredibly dangerous. Do not text or interact with devices while you're driving, if you're the driver. Right. Multitasking is a myth. Like, true multitasking is a myth. At least with the current evidence. Got it. Oh, and it double T'd. Oh my gosh. My T button is gonna be the end of me here. Dang. Imagine automatically driving a Tesla and at the same time doing some lessons in Duolingo on the Tesla screen. That is also a finable offense. But yes, you could do that. It is possible. But generally speaking, the autopilot, the aided driving in Tesla, if anything comes about that, you are liable because largely the driver is still required to be attentive behind the wheel while it's aided. However, if it's one of those things, if it does what it does, then that's fair. But if something happens, then the operation is technically not the thing it was intended to do. But it would be cool to have that guarantee. Yeah, you can still do it. That's possible, like Jiao said. That's possible. However, driver negligence. It would be driver negligence. Like for example, there are cars that park, they auto park, like parallel parking. However, this is for the United States, by the way, or at least what I understand. Obviously, I'm not a lawyer. This is not legal advice. However, in the United States, when an automated thing doesn't do like what it's supposed to and it leads to like an accident or something, like a fender bender or something, the human is the overseer of the automated vehicle, not the company. So like when you have there are cars that parallel park for you. If your car automatically runs into a car and you were the operator, you have manual overrides, so you can stop the car using your judgment to oversee the automatic thing. But if you let that automatic thing hit the thing, you as the driver is liable for negligence. So yes, technically it's possible. I think in the United States, again, not legal advice, the driver, the human is the overseer of the technology. But what if it's a technical malfunction? Then yeah, then there's a gray area, right? Can you prove it? In the court of law would be something a lawyer would probably be able to explain. However, I wouldn't say it's clear cut, because then if the technology malfunctioned, you are still the technical overseer. So if you are behaving in act of negligence, then both, you, like, the company might be in trouble for technical malfunction, but you are also guilty of negligence, right? So it's not one or the other. In this case, I would say not legal advice, but both. Both the driver is liable for negligence and the company is liable for technical malfunction, right? For example, if you use the saw incorrectly, is it the company's fault for not seeing that the saw could be used inappropriately, or the person is using it inappropriately? You could say that the saw, when you're cutting and it malfunctions, as in it breaks or something, but if the person is using it inappropriately, is that a technical malfunction after the fact, or the person using it inappropriately? So if they both happen at the same time, then the answer is both. The company could prove that you're negligent, and you can prove that the company malfunctions, or neither, obviously, in the court of law. So they're not separate from each other. It's kind of like a statement, like, I'll use it to the logic I'll use will be like Duolingo and WaniKani. Does Duolingo work? Right? Does Duolingo work? So if WaniKani works, it doesn't mean that Duolingo does not work. Right? Two separate things, right? They're two separate things. A technical malfunction is separate from driver negligence. You can be both negligent and have a technical malfunction at the same time. So in this case, you can have Duolingo works and WaniKani works. And the reason why I highlight this is because most of the time people talk like they're one or the other. When they say, hey, Boom Pro works better, right? Boom Pro works better, so Duolingo shouldn't exist. Right? That's kind of one or the other. But yeah, in a legal case, probably the company's going to try to prove that the driver of the vehicle, and anything the driver in the vehicle has done incorrectly would be liable. So, and then anything liable about the vehicle itself would be what the driver would try to do. And in my case, not legal advice, if I was on the jury, a person looking out, I would say there's a possibility that both of the parties have some faults and or not, right? It's a possibility that those two things might be related, but they can also be independent of each other. Yeah. In a company's case, it's the company's, yeah. Yeah, if you use it inappropriate, then it's your fault. Well, if you use it inappropriately, it's your fault. However, if it uncovers a technical flaw, then it's also the company's fault. So, hear me out. A lot of times, companies settle lawsuits out of court. So like when someone says, I want to sue this company because I have reasonable doubt that there's a technical flaw in their product. Now, yes, a company can settle due to bad PR, but there's also a chance when you scrutinize something in the court of law, technical flaws can come up in the court of law under scrutiny. So problems and technical flaws weren't very apparent at first. However, when you put it under a magnifying glass, there is a chance that company, they will uncover a technical flaw, and it would hurt the company and the people who are negligent. So a lot of times that's kind of the thing. You have to weigh the possibilities that yes, one thing could prompt another thing, which is a thing, a type of logic that is rarely considered, largely because people are focusing on whose fault it is. Fault can lead to discoveries of other things. A good example would be like Gamers Nexus's video on they buy up PC parts. I don't know if you're familiar with Gamer Nexus, but they test PC parts. They're like a content creator channel that tests PC parts. They recently bought a someone said that they bought a new CPU, and when they installed it, the person suggested it had a technical flaw, so his PC burst in fire. Like, it lit up, it burned up in fire, right? And lots of people on the Reddit and said, oh, this is probably user error, right? Like, they installed the CPU. The argument for them buying it, when everyone said, hey, they're concerned, like, oh, you're just wasting your money, this is probably user error, right? Because it's the user's fault. However, when their argument as a PC channel, right, they said that even if it's a user error, you have to determine if there's a potential technical flaw, because there's always a chance that user error might be prompted by technical flaws and vice versa, or, right, and the technical flaw is independent of the user error. So these type of things are very scary, especially for someone who has a product that's involved in a case of user error. And there are times where, again, non-legal advice, there are times when a user error is often caused by the technical design, and that gets really complicated. Like, for example, if a handsaw promotes the improper holding of the handsaw, is that because the user error is more prone due to its design? And that gets really hairy. So it's interesting. Yeah, because you never know if there could be other technical issues. Yeah, if there are, then they usually discover afterwards. Yeah, because you are scrutinizing the product, right? And that, to me, when I think about releasing a product, that's the scariest thing I can think of. Especially if I release a product that deals with something that could affect someone's well-being. So, and you might be thinking, well, isn't that everything? It's like, yeah, kind of. And that's kind of why I'm very hand-wavy about my professionalism, right? Like, what I mean is, this is not professional advice. Largely because I do draw my line somewhere in that. Like, if I release a product that is going to affect someone's physical health, it would take me like years, if not like tens of years, to develop a product that I would be comfortable in releasing as a health product. And if not by myself, I could hire like hundreds and 200s of people at the cost of it for an investment to speed up the process. What does that sound like? That sounds like pharmaceuticals. So largely those type of things are scary. Like, if someone gets sick from your product and then it gets released under the scrutiny of, especially the in American law system, so many things crop up when they might not even be related at the moment. Like, you might not even know that your product has specific flaws, and it's poor PR all over the place. So it's a very scary prospect. Like, I was already talking about WaniKani and Duolingo, right? When people want to focus on something, they may find it. So that's kind of how the internet works at the moment, and it's probably why I'm a little precarious about the things I say. For example, here in Italy, there was a case of technical malfunction where 4 people got killed by an inappropriate usage of a machine, which led to the explosion of the machine. So it was their fault. Okay. Later, they discovered there was a technical flaw in the machine, and the machine company settled privately. Yeah, within the family for money. Yeah. Yep. And you mentioned Tesla already. Tesla had several cases that involved weighing the oversee of the driver versus the technical flaws of the autopilot. And unfortunately, it sucks. I would love fully autonomous driving machines. I can't tell you how much I like that utopian idea that you can remove or significantly reduce the human errors in driving in full adoption, you know, in a utopian world with full adoption. However, for now, most automations are expected that it's user oversight. It has a user oversight, largely because they are not, like, no one is guaranteeing or saying, like, Tesla is not saying autopilot substitutes for the driver, right? That would get them into ethics, morality, like there would be ethical issues with that and financial risks involved. So whenever you're doing autopilot and whatnot, like auto driving and stuff, the negligence is on the driver because the company never said or guaranteed that it did not require human supervision. Otherwise, that's why I like trains. I really love trains, but I would love to have a personal vehicle of which I don't have to do like the task of staying awake for like 4 hours or 5 hours. Sometimes I worry about my parents a lot of times, you know. What autopilot and stuff can work really well is in case a person is dozing off or unaware of how tired they are, those types of systems may kick in to save someone, right? Driving is both boring and stressful for you, human being. It's understandable. Thanks to that's why I mentioned the audiobook. Jiao listens to podcasts. That's what I mentioned about the audiobook or something. Trying to find something that can elevate your engagement, not necessarily with the driving itself, but with something else, can alleviate that. Driving is incredibly boring, and because it's boring, it's also stressful, and then it can be literally stressful when it's not boring. So it rarely is it's liberating at first, you know, as a kid or the first time you ever drive is incredibly liberating, but it kind of overstays its welcome very quickly, like mentally, from a mental perspective, right? At the beginning, it was 100% of the worker's fault, but after discovering the technical flaw, it became a 50-50. I see. Because what if later on somebody found that flaw and accidentally got hurt? Yeah, exactly. Oh, Texan. Yeah. So, some things to consider, right? Some things to consider. Where did I get this idea from, by the way? There are lawyers that do do content creation, and they share these high profile cases a lot of times. So one of them happens to be Tesla stuff, like 2 or 3 Tesla cases, and I wanted to at least kind of understand the nature of it, because I had considered maybe that's something that's very useful, right? Useful for my parents in the future. I mean, they still like driving, but they're not necessarily incredibly young anymore. So there are times when specific safeguards through automation can be kind of a potential peace of mind, for at least for myself. Not that my parents know or not. They might actually love it. I don't actually know yet. So these high profile cases were coincidentally related to the example you guys used. So that's why I wanted to share that. Yeah. The dream of playing board games while your car takes you wherever you need to go, that sounds absolutely amazing, in my opinion. I know there's people out there who are car enthusiasts. They can still drive, like they like the idea of driving their car. That's understandable. That's very understandable. For myself, spending time with people in a car sounds amazing when the driving and the traffic isn't a source of stress while you're trying to do that. So yeah, I'm more for the functionality of driving as opposed to the enthusiast. I did grow up in a state that is filled with car enthusiasts, so what I said might get a little heat from individuals who like driving cars on the road and whatnot. From time to time, the amount of driving that I do, I like driving in the rain, like slowly in the rain. Like I like cruising in the rain, not like when it rains. When I try to get somewhere, that's a little cumbersome. But I do enjoy being in the car when I'm not running to anywhere, and I would listen to an audiobook while it's raining. It's very cathartic, right? You get tons of heat based on your opinions about cars. Oh. I don't have a dramatically heavy opinion. So maybe not too much heat, but generally speaking, I think of activities like that. It takes interacting with people, and people's safety is paramount to me. So even when I'm driving, I would love to know that as long as I drive and someone else drives, we are not endangering each other, right? That's kind of one of the things that is in my mind all the time, right? When you get in the car, how much of a danger are you unintentionally to other people, and then how much are they unintentionally in danger to you? And that's probably why I find driving stressful. Not that the stress driving is only a negative thing. It's often balanced by all the other things that driving can offer, like the flexibility of going on a road trip and whatnot. The day somebody invents a machine which lets you play your favorite game while you sleep, I'll be eternally satisfied. Oh no, that sounds like a dopamine dump. You're gonna be stuck to that device. Same. Raining is a very cozy situation for you, Jao. I see. Yeah, being in a car, like outside, you're stopping on the roadside or the countryside, and being in a car with the rain tapping on the roof, that sounds cool. Like pulling up with a cozy book and just chilling, like, and all you see is like cornfields and or mountains. That's pretty. It's a really meditative state, at least in my opinion. I can even draw the like I can even draw the cornfields right now. You have the cornfields in front of you. You have a wood fence in the front. Your car is sitting. We won't get into it, but just picture it, right? Your car, side profile of your car. You have a tiny little light. You pull up a book. It's raining. You have a wood fence, and then cornfields all the way in the back, like going to the horizon, and in the back of the horizon you see mountain ranges. That's my backyard. That's where I live. I live around the mountainside. So if you go and drive to the back roads, you'll see a cornfield into the horizon, and you'll see mountains on in the back. That's the place that I live in right now. When you drive, you live in multiple places where you can't leave your front yard without getting in a car. So I'm not the biggest enthusiast. Yeah, I do. This place, the place I live in is definitely a place like that. So many people hate rain because it ruins their mood, but in your opinion, it's so underrated. I think one of the reasons, one of the associations when it comes to hating rain is largely because people participate in rain when they need to go somewhere. If you know what I mean. I think when people require to associate a particular behavior and task with a consequence or side effect of something like rain, then yeah, one can empathize with that. If anytime you encounter rain is a situation when you need to get to somewhere quickly, right, and have to get there, that's the association. And for me, I balance that out. Rain, I still dislike the rain when I need to get somewhere, right? It causes traffic jams, it causes slowing in traffic. However, at the same time, occasionally I go out in the rain just because I wanted to go out in the rain. Sometimes I grab an umbrella and walk in the rain, right? You appreciate things so you can associate a different perspective. My perspective about human beings, about living in a place where you can't get anywhere unless you get in a car, I use that opportunity to embellish that. So if I have to get in a car, my car experience has to be elevated. So I try a lot of different things to elevate my car experience. If I have to drive 30 minutes just to get groceries, we're going to make that 30 minutes something different than literally only driving the car and going to the groceries. If you have to do something, it's a place you can use to tweak it a little, tweak it over time. The people I would say that hate rain in general are the people who tend to think it's a means to an end, right? When you drive in the rain, you're trying to get to work. So the rain is less important than getting to work, right? Yeah, people dislike rain because usually you prepare something in advance. Like, for example, taking a walk or going on an excursion. Yeah, and hear me out. I run outside, rain, shine, or snow. So now, when I need to go running, I'm just run. Like the last time it rained was we were going out to do something, right? I think it was planned to be an outdoor event, so the event got moved indoors. But you know, that works too. Or like, oh, our event got canceled. It's like, let's do something else. Let's go indoors and do something else, right? You think on your feet. Obviously, not everyone thinks that way, but you know, for me, I live in Pennsylvania. Yeah. The closest grocery store is like a 30-minute drive. If it's 30 minutes during the day. But if you're going in like nosebleed sections, you can probably get there in 15 minutes. Yeah, it takes about 15 minutes just to get out of the neighborhood. Otherwise, I run. I run every day outside because the neighborhood is big. So, rain, snow, or shine, and however cold it is. Yeah, 30 minutes by car. When there's traffic. So like if you're like a person who do groceries with a working job and whatnot, you do it like at 6 or 7 or something, that's usually when a lot of people would be going. But if you do it during a time when no one goes, then you can cut the time in half. Yeah, and the behavior that I'm talking about is to adjust to that, right? I used to live in a city where everything is a 5-minute walk away. So then I walk everywhere, right? I walk everywhere for the most part if I needed to grab lunch or stuff, I walk 5 minutes to the next thing. It takes 5 minutes to get to the main street where there is a whole row of restaurants and places, and in the restaurants it's sparse with grocery stores. So you could go and grab a snack, stop by the grocery store, all on the way back to your apartment building. So I did spend like over a third of my life in the city, in a city environment. So then I choose not to drive a car then, right? That's kind of the thing. Does it make me hate cars any less? Not really. And does it make me hate walking any less? Not really. I've been clipped a couple times by people on like motor scooters and stuff while I was walking. And that's kind of comes with the territory of living in a city where you have peeps on like their motorized scooters and they're like boosted boards and cyclists everywhere. So that's also a different dimension of living in the city as opposed to being concerned with cars. Pros and cons. Pros and cons. Okay, let's get back to this. So if it has door war. Gotta make sure my T gets registered. I'm like pausing every time T comes up. You hate cyclists so much. How popular, how common is it for to encounter cyclists where you are in Italy? Whoops. Literally everywhere. I see. Ah, Kyaku? How did I type Kya? Okay. I don't want to talk about it. I don't even know how I managed to type that. And you hate them because they ride irresponsibly? May I ask, when you say they ride irresponsibly, what is the distribution? Do you notice when people ride responsibly? How often do people ride responsibly? Uh-oh. Oh. You gotta see them. No, let's just I'm now I'm not talking about like seeing them. I'm curious. I'm curious. How often like do you notice people riding responsibly? They place themselves in the middle of the lane going 20 and blocking traffic every time. I see. Like you say every time. Are you telling me that there aren't people who don't do that? Like do I have your word for it? Like the reason why I ask is sometimes when people say every time, it's highly unlikely, but at the same time, if one focuses enough on all the times that you're trying to think of it poorly, I'm genuinely curious if you keep track of whenever someone's doing something responsibly. Like, for example, um, planes can be very scary and um be frustratingly stressful when one only sees when it turns out poorly, as opposed to when you see all the other times when it's not. 70/30. Oh, okay. Well, that's interesting. And it still persists, huh? So something allows a 7/30 responsibility ratio for cycling in Italy. That's an interesting observation about Italian culture where you are. The example that I chose, it's rare. It's rare. So I don't want to give anyone the idea that scooters like clip passengers every day. It's one of those things that stick out. But generally speaking, there are a lot of bikes, there are a lot of boosted skateboards and motorized scooters. However, generally they operate within what you expect, which may or may not still be annoying to other people, right? But they're not like wildly creating dangerous situations. For every one person who is like cutting the corner at maximum speed on a pedestrian crosswalk, there are like 9 or 10 people who actually sometimes even stop for a pedestrian. And where there are multiple cyclists occupying the lane at the same time in a horizontal lane, oof. All right. I'll take your word for it. I haven't been to Italy yet, but I feel like I would pick up a bike then. If it's so laxed and allowed to be irresponsible like that. This is where, when in Rome, do as the Romans. Sounds like that type of situation. Oops. Hmm. Um. Oh my god, they don't want to surpass them. They will do literally anything to let you pass them. Not let you pass them. I see. They will start swearing at you if you do that, especially if they're from the north, where politeness is seen in a different way. I see. Sounds like sounds like an adjustment. Do you ride a bike at all, Mattia? Are we doing moon or month with this? Okay. Oops. Oh no, I don't know if they're gonna go with ground or soil. Or earth? Can I do soil? Can I do earth? Third? Oh no. Hanzuhiro is taking priority over WaniKani. Oh no. Ah! Oh no. Yeah. That's a Hanzuhiro thing. I'm gonna add notebook to this. Got to consolidate. Uh, let's see. They will start. I've seen your sub a lot of times becoming a cyclist yourself in a few years, only to do the same. Yeah, I was kind of curious. You watch yourself become the villain. Yeah, the villain. Like here, I know this might sound like it's enabling a irresponsibility, but generally speaking, I ask largely because I'm kind of curious if you're any, if sometimes it can be very beneficial and healthy in a way to be like, yeah, you know what, let's just try it for a little bit and then see what happens, right? And then you kind of get a little bit of more of an appreciation for, oh, maybe you don't actually do this, or maybe you do this. But in a way, what I mean is, since you don't necessarily have control over it, like in the greatest way, sometimes knowing what it's like to be on that other side can make it less frustrating for you, right? So I asked because I was kind of curious what your cycling experience was like. if you got on a bike, right? That's kind of what I'm doing here a lot of times. Like I wanted to know what it's like to use WaniKani, so that's one of the motivations to use WaniKani. Kind of thing. I cycled. I was a cyclist a bit too. So like, you know what? It is kind of cool to get the right of way sometimes. Uh, anyways, thanks for sharing. Um, hmm. Ah, that's a cliff. Okay, I kind of needed that one actually. Pretty sure I kind of needed that one. That kind of sucks. Whoops. This one I don't need. The gatekeepers I need. We had to be careful with the gatekeepers. Let's. Dang it. Now I have two gatekeepers. Those who use WaniKani know what I mean by gatekeepers, probably. I can gatekeeper. Whoops. That's Chinese. Now you usually ride your bike 2 times a week. Well, that's nice. Do you what do you why do you do that, by the way? What is it about biking? What do you do when you're riding your bike? Just chilling, cruising. getting to places. Oops. Oops. Oh, maybe the sun, yeah. Uh, you like to bike, especially when you want to spend some time with nature. I think it's just beautiful to take your bike and ride in the middle of the woods, not knowing what could be ahead of you. That sounds delightful. That sounds delightful. Do you have a mountain bike, or do you ride on a bike path? Are you a bike path person, or do you like to go off-roading? Uh oh, mountain bike. Ah, very nice. I imagine you have mountains or like um different features where you are. Oops. Your previous mountain bike from the golden middle school days? Oh, I see. So you've been riding you had a bike for quite some time now. More than half your life, probably. Right? Close to half your life. I do not have a bike any. It's been quite some time. Nowadays it's just running for the time being. What the slide? We have A slide? Oh, wait. What am I doing? I'm like, why do I need to interpret this? It can't be. I interpreted it because of Hanzahiro. Dang it. Oh no. Hanzahiro is doing work. Oh no. Oh no. Spelling 20th day is also a nightmare. I don't think it's Han in Hanzahiro. Or lots of things like that deals with a stalk or a plant. And I still haven't really gotten them straight yet. Bed. Oops, I almost typed Inu. No. I think that's the onyomi, right? Oh, but it's still acceptable, actually. It's so amusing that kite means postcard in Japanese, while Chinese it means toilet paper. Yeah, it means postage stamp. Yeah, kite is postage stamp. Yeah. Uh, and how did the toilet paper thing come about? Wait, actually, I thought toilet paper was kagami. Uh, was it not kagami? Oh no, it's not. Oh, yeah. It combines kagami. So te kagami or tegami. Sorry, tegami. Shoshi. Shoshi. It's slightly different, but yes, the whole toilet paper thing. Yeah. Uh, paper. Tegami. Letter tegami is toilet paper in Japanese. I mean, in Chinese. Did I type this incorrectly? No. Sometimes I kind of get mo and ma, my A and O, like typing. I don't know. My fingers are confused. Oh, right. Also, tegami means toilet paper. Yeah, that means toilet paper. Tegami is toilet paper. In shoshi, tegami, shoshi is the more common one that I use for toilet paper. Yeah. So when you're writing a letter, it's like I'm gonna send a letter to my friend, and when you read it, it's like I'm gonna send toilet paper to my friend. And I'm like, oh, well, that's interesting. And just so you know, like, it, if it wasn't for sending having hiragana, right? Because it has okurigana with it, you can still use song. 我送 toilet paper, 手洗 um I'm sending toilet paper. You can still get most of the characters other than like not having to say 我, just say 送手洗. So if you say sending toilet paper, sending letter would be the same with in addition of the okurigana, right? Oh yeah, you think you saw Lingo Focus saying that? Yeah, yeah. That yep, Lingo Focus. In that same some people talked about toilet paper and letters, you know. Especially that video with the Chinese people reading Japanese phrases or reading Japanese sentences. Uh, I, I keep defaulting to Chinese. I'm thinking in Chinese most of the time, so it takes a little bit. Uh, when I'm learning Japanese, I'm thinking in Chinese, and then vice versa. So I wrote 早 immediately when I saw this. Yeah, see, I was gonna write how how they both meet early, of course. They both meet early, which makes it very convenient to remember, but at the same time, I'm saying these out loud to give you an idea. Usually, if I had a lot of time, I would speak my mind here, but in order to accommodate WaniKani's like structure, like how much review exercises and stuff, I talk about it afterwards as opposed to during it. I do this with Duolingo before, where I speak my mind the whole time, and it can balloon a like 1 hour lesson into a 4 hour lesson. So it does help me with a lot of other things like vocalization and whatnot. But for now, it's more of a balance between how much time I'm using and how to squeeze in the task. Link Focus knows his way to entertain his viewers. Indeed. Indeed. I don't usually watch most of the videos, but the videos that I have been informed about, I took a watch. They were very interesting. I think Gecko yesterday talked about this other guy, Robbie Words. That person's video is quite excellent too when it comes to exploring English in the context of a lot of things of other languages. The video that I saw of his initially was in my algo. He attempted to add accent marks back into English and how pragmatically, adopting different accent marks in order to complete the consistency or try to just create more consistency in how vowels and consonants and things sound. So a little blend of accent marks as opposed to straight up IPAing the English language, right? So I thought the majority of his choices are excellent. So would that be feasible? And I'm like, well, I'm already writing pinyin for my Chinese. From my perspective, like, yeah, sure, add the accent marks in. That's fine too. Like then I would be saying like, oh yeah, you know, is it you know, I don't have to constantly ask myself, is it OU or UO or AU or EL or AL, that kind of thing, which that's pretty neat. He used the accent marks to modify the English language in a way that that addressed a lot of the common perceptions of angel. Is that an EL or an AL? That kind of thing. And I really enjoyed his like thought experiment. So I think it was like a 20-minute video or something like that. It was very insightful because you know, someone who speaks or writes native English, accent marks don't really come by too often. And then learning Mandarin, right, the pinyin system, you have to write a tone marker per every 3 or 4 Roman characters, right? Average 3 Roman characters there would require a mark, and that changes up the game on how one would be open to adding accent marks to and it's usually the vowels, right? The tone markers are over the vowels in the pinyin system. So, and it's of the initiated vowel. It's always over the initiated vowel where the tone sits. I want to say it that way because you have to get used to it, like where you put the tone marker. Is it over the I? Is it over the U? Usually most of the pinyins with initials and finals will have 2 vowels. So you would need to know where the tone marker ends to mark where the tone is kind of like sitting on. Also, Polyglot Dream, such a great channel, especially the video where he explains the main difference between Chinese and Japanese and which language for him is the hardest to learn. Interesting. From an English speaker point of view. Yeah. I don't usually watch those ones, so it does tell me a lot about what interests you, though. You know, whenever someone says something about like difficulty, I typically just skip those videos most of the time. Yeah, it's probably not because I don't like I actively dislike them or something. It's largely because I'm indifferent. I'm very indifferent to needing to know whether something is hard or easy for any type of condition. Largely because it's uninformative to me. I think people who are very skilled and are able to say things like that, oftentimes I know what they did, so they're providing perspective for a different target audience. Those videos are not targeted to me, and you know, out of mutual respect, they're very helpful for individuals who those videos target towards. It's also very, very, very excellent at getting views because the target audience is so much bigger than me, right? So if you're doing a content, right, if you're a content creator and you need to consistently have clips and get exposure so that you can share your love for language, it is an excellent place. Like I'll give you a AI is so informative, right? So in YouTube Studio, you can click on content. Oops, sorry, that was my music, but we'll get back to it a little bit. I can click on an inspiration tab, and on the brainstorm, you know, they use Gemini, right? Gemini to tell me what videos would be really, really good for my viewership, right? And this illustrates my point that if I were to grow my channel, it would be a very different channel. So for example, one title So my inspirations today, and the thumbnails are procedurally generated AI, and it looks really nice. It's warm. It's stylish. It's modern. So on the visual side of things, captured, right? So this I use this inspiration tab as a way to keep in mind what the data mining is showing. So the first title, right? The first title idea for my next video is comparing Duolingo Chinese and Japanese after 200 plus days, right? That would be very, very clickable. The next one is Hanzi Hero versus Duolingo Ultimate Chinese Showdown. You kind of start seeing the trend. Like none of my videos are like listed in the. And in fact, most of my videos are titled very benign and neutral, and allows the other person to make up their mind about it. Right. The third one, creating a custom Chinese learning plan. Creating a custom Chinese learning plan. And I should add a few words to it. Let me amplify these titles. Creating a custom Chinese learning plan, best secrets you need to know, right? The best and worst Chinese learning apps. There's no possible way I can qualify this because I didn't use a lot of apps. So the best is neither. And then the worst is none of them because I haven't used enough apps. But the the algorithm suggests that this is one of my next next videos. My journey from beginner to fluent in Chinese. I mean, like, I'm not even fluent. I'm not even sure if I can qualify myself as knowing what it is like to be a beginner in Chinese. So these are the types of that's algorithm for you. And you might be thinking, well, you can change it and make it accurate. It's like, no, it wouldn't sound as great. You can finagle it. You can say, oh yeah, you can argue I was a beginner at once, and I can consider myself fluent, and then you will still pass on the information. You can still write a whole op-ed without actually being in those status. That's what happens, in my opinion, when you optimize for viewership. When you optimize for viewership and clout over investigating your transparency. So I would like to think that when I type a message, the people that have come to know me will call me out on it. Because if I did something like that, I would be very, very receptive to someone telling me, hey, you keep saying this thing, but you're not. And I'm like, oh, really? And can you provide a cogent explainer as to what I'm doing that is communicating the incorrect message, right? And then with that discussion, I'm able to tailor and learn from it. Otherwise, most of the stuff that I say are very intentional and very transparent. So if I ever release a video that is out of character, I expect myself to offer an explanation of that reasoning so that the audience that I typically hang out with, which is a very small audience, will not be either concerned for my health or being surprised and culture shocked that I would do this. Like, it would be incongruent with my character. So that's usually how I would keep the channel, right? The channel will roll on a way of transparency. It removes effort. I don't have to pretend to say, hey guys, let me explain myself. And you had to explain yourself because the way you've operated on the channel was incongruous with where you're going, right? So that's the thing that I'm trying to avoid. Not that cloud chasing isn't fantastic and it's filled with dopamine and it can raise a lot of money to do projects that I would love to do, like start a small class of integrating different tools, and then we could analytically break down those tools, but that would require money, right? Money, like some sort of sponsorship, make sure that all the people are funded, so we can analytically provide, like, all those things are possible, and it requires resources. So I can appreciate those people who do those things for sure, in their own way. Or for example, in Gacha Games title, I spend 1,000 games. Yeah, so you don't have to. Yeah, so you don't have to. That's not in the algorithm, interestingly enough. So it's saying a lot about the appeal of those things. Where like I did this because you don't have to. So now you don't have to do it. So you have to watch this if you're curious. And they would pick something very topical and then put an amount on it that is extreme enough to trigger a response. Yeah. It doesn't necessarily, you don't have to take an AI data mindset to start understanding the trends for titling. I think the title about language would generate most views, maybe more views, probably not most views. It's probably how you learn this language in 3, 6 months, 1 year. Yeah. I would argue that the most would be the best secret to becoming fluent. Anything that deals with the word best and secret is more than the month thing, the time thing. Generally speaking, because time is not appreciated in the same way. There's no sustainable, people will argue about time all the time, but they wouldn't necessarily argue about a type most instead of more. Yeah, like that's probably, yeah, among those I would say those would be. Or here's one that uses FOMO and fear. I think FOMO and fear is a step up to that. So like a title like the top 10 mistakes that I've made learning Japanese, or if I the top 5 regrets and how I would change it if I had to do it again. Things that deal with fear, apprehension, and like worry and concern of making a very poor life decision, mixed in with a life skill like language learning that takes more than 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. The longer, the more impact it has when you say what can go wrong as opposed to what can go right. And yeah, you can definitely do that. You will definitely, and also the content creator can feel, and I would say it's very appropriate, feel like they're helping as well, right? It's kind of like a means to an end. Use negativity to fuel your creativity. Wow, that sounds a lot more pleasant coming out of my mouth than I thought. But yeah, use negativity to fuel your creativity. It works. It works. I have consciously chosen not to do that. Even if I were to restart studying this language now, I would. Yeah, ... The ... dots, you need to discover the rest. Or this is the worst thing I've ever done. This is the worst thing that I've ever done. Here's what happened. It's like, wait, okay, I heard worst, but you didn't tell me anything in the title about what the video is about. Now I have to click on it because I need to know what happened, even though I still don't know what it is. I just know it's a bad thing. So if it's a bad thing, you get a click. Oh my god, here's what happened. Yeah. Oh my god, that exclaimer has a negative connotation to it. So oftentimes people want to click because it's negative. It's in every it's in nearly almost every language video. There's a stipulation on please click my video, and then it has an emotion attached to it, as opposed to being descriptive. Like for example, the most descriptive thing I can be about this is what day it is and what I'm doing on WaniKani. That's the most descriptive I can be. Like if I try to say, I had a great discussion, find out what. right? Like, um, I spent 6 hours every day on Hanzahiro. Find out why. Or I spend 4 hours doing one day's lesson on WaniKani. Find out why. Because it's weird. Like, someone would say, wait, why would anyone use WaniKani for 4 hours a day? Like, the most common comment I get from the person who's not invested, from various people who invested, they would look at the title. They would look at the length of the video, right? They would look at the length of the video and they would make a comment of the length of the video without watching what's in the video and say something like this, which happened a lot. It's one of the most common one. Dude, 10 hours using Duolingo? That's crazy, or something like that, right? And I'm like, it's not even in my title. Like, I didn't say I spent 10 hours on Duolingo. Here's what happened. So since I didn't, right? Since I didn't, the comments are literally about how long the video is without any curiosity as to what's in the video. So if you don't explicitly, in my opinion, if one doesn't explicitly encourage or tell someone you must watch this video, you don't. There's no, in my opinion, there are not a lot of motivations for natural curiosity. It's usually predicated on assumptions. Was I using Duolingo for 10 hours? And my response to that person was, well, yes, I was on Duolingo for 10 hours. But I spent like 6 hours yapping and not actually doing my Duolingo lessons. So can I, is that more helpful? No, they got their answer. I mean, I actually think they don't read the comment that I write back, but there's no indicator that they actually read the comment when I described what actually happened during that 10 hours. So it's very common. Boy, do I have endless tales of anecdotes. I stream a lot. That comes up with a lot of stories. And it usually ends up with a lot of stories. Usually. Don't like clickbait titles, huh? Nowadays, they're clickbait and switch titles. Clickbait and switch titles. I think it's evolved. Now the titles often have clickbait things in which it does not consume the majority of the video. Like, one example from a language learning perspective is stop using something like or Anki doesn't work. This is what works. And when I click on it, I was half expecting someone linked this to me, so I was watching it because someone else was interested in it. Not that I was particularly interested in it. I clicked on it and they didn't explain why Anki doesn't work, but they did explain why that product worked. That's a clickbait and switch. It's a bait and switch. They had something in the title that you're expecting to see and know about, but it had nothing to do with the title. It's kind of like saying, let me sell you this product, but first, or like, you would say your opponent's product, right? Your opponent's product sucks. It's like, my opponent's product sucks, my product's better. And then the person's like, oh, I use that product. You think that product sucks? So you go to that person. It's like, hey, I use this product. Why does it suck? It's like, no. Let me tell you why my product is better. That's a bait and switch. You baited the person based on what you think is relevant, and then you switch it on them. You talk about something other than the relevant topic. And it's not 100% a bait and switch. It's like a bait and switch. For example, when confirmation bias is it leads to a similar context where when you say something sucks, you don't discuss why it sucks. You discuss why something is better. That's not, like, in the context of things, that's cherry picking, and that's someone who purely operates on confirmation bias, right? When you believe something is better without discussing why something sucks, and then what it does better or potentially better, and what the other thing potentially sucks, you're missing half the picture. So whenever I get that opinion or that notion, I watch the video, figure out that, and then I learn to understand that if I watch a video from this person, I need to do background research into the other product, because their video doesn't ever cover the product of which they are comparing it to. Like, it doesn't demonstrate to me that they understand that product. Now, there are little caveats to this. The person can say, oh, hey, if you want to see my thoughts about this previous product, here's the previous video about this product that I reviewed in detail. So in that way, yes, the content creator gets double the views. So it's a win-win for the content creator, but at least in that notion, you would know that the person is likely to have covered that other product. Now, why do I feel like this is still a band-aid? It's largely because you're not talking about the product in the context of each other now. You're talking about two separate products in two separate videos with two separate perspectives. That's kind of like saying WaniKani is great at kanji things, and that's what makes it better than Duolingo, because WaniKani teaches kanji better than Duolingo. And everything else, WaniKani does not do. Right? So when you evaluate and review a product as alone, and then evaluate and review a product alone as the center pin, you might be thinking your target audience is going to connect that, right? No, I really highly doubt it, especially with the observational evidence now, where when you don't place things literally together and explicitly explain the relationship between two things, when you don't hear it, it doesn't exist, right? When was the last time I have to tell someone or suggest someone or challenge to someone like, oh, this product is better at this. Okay, what about all the other things? Have you considered? Well, those things are not important because I don't care about them. So that's the same, in my opinion, that's what happens with video content as well. If you separate your perspectives, even an intelligent person, like an intellectual person, may not necessarily draw the same comparison if your goal is not to draw the comparison. So if you're evaluating a product alone in an earlier time and you're linking to that, say, here's my product. One great example is I was looking for Hanzahiro, basically. Where does Hanzahiro end up in the space of Chinese learning apps, right? There was an article, it's on a site that is reputable for having lots of traffic on recommending Chinese apps. And at the very bottom, of all the apps, there are apps that are not serious, quote unquote, not serious, serious. And this journalist made a snide remark that's incredibly unprofessional that said, oh yeah, and if you like Duolingo and you're not serious about language learning, in parentheses with like a smile somewhere hidden around there, it's like, you can use Duolingo too. And then they, in the bottom, they say, here's my link to my review of Duolingo's Chinese course. And I click on that, and it's out of date by 3 years. That's the danger of linking to a previous video, and you did not update that previous video, and it can be out of date. And And you might be thinking, man, MAKU, you're being a little bit stringent. This site is advertised as the most up-to-date people who use all, quote unquote, most of the language apps. If you understand that you're using an app, you would also understand the consequences of having out of date reviews. And they themselves, in order to generate more views for their own articles, they linked an outdated review of their own articles. Would it matter? It probably won't, because most people won't click that link. They'll be saying, okay, that's fine. I clicked on the link because when I landed on that page, I was wondering, when was this article written? Because I need to know when as well. It's not at the top. People do not cite their research and when they publish and make their research. It might be somewhere tucked in the bottom, but I couldn't find it easily. So that is unprofessional and unacceptable. Not only that, none of their citations to their own videos have dates on them. So the only reason I knew that the Duolingo review was 3 years out of date, it was because the screenshots they had was of something that was at least 3 years old of what Duolingo looks like. So grain of salt, guys, grain of salt. Sometimes it took me 5 minutes to read the article and find that 6 of the links are out of date. And this is a professional site that claims that they are the one-stop shop for advice on language learning apps. When you Google it, it's the first hit with specific like if you type best learning app in Chinese, it's probably the top 3 hits. So do they ever reform or get pushed back? Probably not. So the consequence is that people don't care, right? They don't care enough, right? I say they should. However, in reality, the sobering thought is it doesn't matter that much. So I can be here being concerned and maybe angry or something, but no, instead, right? I can use that information. Now I know that this person writes this type of material, so I need more material to determine what my investments are, right? So that's fine. Is it fine though if the most people are taking advice, making decision on that advice, and felt like there wasn't a problem with it? Not so much. However, I'm not responsible for other people's decision making, right? I'm not out there on a crusade to try to benefit people that seemingly don't care about it. It's not my job. Maybe one day I get incentivized to make it my job, but for now, these are the things I see on a daily basis, like an absolute daily basis. So whenever you're saying, what kind of microwave should I get? And you type best microwave, and then you type a date like 2025. This is even more absurd. You might be thinking, yeah, they should update their articles. The way websites work, a lot of major websites work, is that it's based on the last update that they did to that article. So when you type, what is the best PC 2025? It could be an article about 2024 or 2023's pick because it was updated in 2025. As in, it might not even update anything in that article. Those things might actually legitimately still be out of date. It's that the page itself got updated. So then it comes up as 2025 on a Google search. So I can't tell you how many times I typed like recommendations for 2025 and I click on an article and it's a 2024 article recommending 2023 things. But since they don't include dates and years in their writing, that person might end up buying something that is 2 years out of date. and have convinced themselves it's good based on someone's professional due diligence or lack of due diligence. That's kind of how that works out, right? It kind of sucks. It's not my place, obviously. I'm not someone who wields any potential influence, but I use that as I go through when I make decisions. I make sure that it doesn't affect me, and sometimes I talk about it. So these are some of the things I talk about when it comes to language learning. When I was shopping for an app, right? Shopping for more app experience and figuring out what other people are doing, it's become almost inherently obvious that people don't shop based on understanding of methodology and or context of learning. They shop predicated on what the algorithm, those who wield the algorithm most efficiently, and then use language and subterfuge and obscurity, maybe unintentionally being general, in order to influence decision without due diligence. And that is perfectly legal. You might argue it's a morally or ethical gray area. However, since most of these things are not regulated, like there's no standard to be met, like tracking bibliographies, where dates have to be, authors accountability has to be here, like, you know, like formal writing, like scientific journals and stuff, then it's fair game. It's absolutely fair game. So when it goes back to like, what is even a professional content creator? And my thought was, we can go broader than this. What is a professional internet bound anything? What is a professional journalist on the internet? There's no standards to determine and definitively decide what is a professional journal, what is the best source of information. There's no vetting process. So you can say all of these things, just like Duolingo can say they are the best app because they are basing that qualification on popularity. You, as the user, have to understand that the qualification of that is on popularity, right? It's the onus is on you on how to interpret that language. It's not lying. It's largely due diligence. So when someone says this is better than the other, immediately I have 4 or 5 questions on how do that person determine this is better than that, right? Not everyone does that, and most people don't have time for that, because it takes me like 8 hours to discuss one criteria. I'm sure someone can do it in 15 minutes, and that's already 10 minutes too long for most people. The app got updated so many times and changed so much in 3 years that maybe we should have changed idea. Who knows? Yeah, but it comes down to time, right? If something is not topical anymore, then you don't update it, pragmatically speaking. So if Duolingo is not the new hotness, then you don't update your articles about it. Journalism, internet journalism, go at the pace of the internet, right? And you might be thinking, well, who wanted that? Everyone does. They want the latest hotness. They want their reviews to come out 2 or 3 days before the product is released, right? Most of the things are hyper aggressively optimized. So I'm not placing the blame on any one person, any like institution or a group of journalists or responsibilities on any. The user is also feeding back on it as well. Like if you're too impatient, like you come back, you know, you meet someone language learning, and then you come back every 3 days expecting them to make like leaps and bounds on language learning, that is a symptom. And it's a symptom that feeds back on itself. Would you want to wait on a 3-month-old, heavily researched due diligence article, or do you want the fastest piece you can have so that you can make the decision if you want to buy this video game in the next hour of its launch. Probably the latter, not the former. 9 out of 10, the latter, not the former. They want the thing now. Is it physically or feasibly or intellectually reasonable to expect that to be well developed, well researched before the fact? No, it is not. So it is a paradox to have something really fast happen while at the same time incredibly detailed and understanding, much like language learning. If you think you can learn and become fluent in Japanese in a month, lower your fluency requirement. Right? Because fluency is not defined, much like professionalism online. Fluency is not defined in a like universal manner, right? So when someone says, I'm fluent after I learn how are you, goodbye, and what do you want to eat, then they are fluent by their definition. If they qualify that, there's no argument because the logic checks out. If they don't qualify it, then yeah, then you can call them out on it. The idea is fluency is also self-checked. So why do you get videos that say, it took me 1 month to become fluent in language, 3 months, 6 months, 1 year, 3 year, forever? Make up your mind. It's largely because the first question you probably want to ask is, what do they define as fluency? And then what do they define, how that parameters are being affected by their, the methodology behind how they determine fluency. So then, do you have time for that? No, I don't think so. I don't think the vast majority of people have time to figure that out for every single article they read. There are some journalists and article writers who every once in a while do an update of their old articles. Usually the article's at least 1 year old. Yeah. Now, we're not talking about everyone, of course. We're talking about tendencies. And there are wonderful people who do that. Do you see them as often as the other ones? You usually don't, because it takes them a really long time. It takes a long time to do that. Like constantly keeping all your knowledge and your archive up to date. In fact, a lot of times people delete, as in they delist an article when it becomes out of date if they can't update it anymore. Those were the professional times when, yeah, they are the minority, because we have to keep in mind, pragmatically speaking, it's not possible. Like it can't keep up with the pace. For every one of those types of journalists and articles, the time that it takes them to do that, 10 or hundreds of more will do the more pragmatic way, right? This is like language learning. If for every one person who's enjoying their journey, there are 100 of people doing it the fastest, most sloppy way they can think of, because they prefer to be fast and not understand the process and get to their goal faster, whether it's messy or not, which is ironically really interesting, because that would be cool if that was the case, but that usually is not at the end. But it's understandable because it's really difficult for everyone to keep up the pace. Exactly. And now how are you going to do that? How are you going to keep up the pace when it's not humanly possible? AI generated content. You invent a tool. You invent a tool for that. So in the future, it will be normal to see 4 or 5 permutations of the same thing not written by a person. And I would have no say in it, because I am out of place, out of time, and I would be a boomer, right? I would become a boomer then. And the idea is, it's not me who the target audience is anymore. So the stuff I'm saying now, regardless if I think it's important or not, it's up to the people who are more commonly being exposed to these things to determine the value. If I'm unrelatable, it makes the information unrelatable as well. So in no way do I have a fantasy of being like on a pedestal or like self grandeur, because the reality, the sobering reality, is that pragmatism and optimization and objective takes precedence over pride, due diligence, and what is the word about someone? Integrity. Pride, due diligence, and integrity. Those are subjective things. You know, like there's no time to be subjective when you can be objective. If I get a lot of views and subscribers, I'm doing something right. If that person is unpopular and have a few subscribers, they're doing something wrong. Whether that subjectivity is up to interpretation is irrelevant. The metrics are objective measures. Those are the only things that determine the truth of the matter, right? Because they're quantifiable. You have more subscribers, this person has less subscribers. Who cares about quality and or sentimentalism or something? Number bigger, number smaller. I get more views if I do this. Let's continue doing that, right? I publish more articles if I integrate AI generated content that I can pump out more per unit time. Per unit time, the quantity of that is greater. So it would create the probability of that. And when you stack it on to overexposure, like if you inundate someone with the same things, they will find it normal in the future. And when it's normal, it's standardized by popularity. So if you're used to seeing a doom scroll of a repost of a cat video for 15 minutes straight, if that becomes normal by exposure, then it's normal. It becomes acceptable, right? When did the internet become acceptable that people only pay attention for a minute? Because there's so much of it. In my opinion, personally. Obviously, it's a little bit more complex than that. Way, way more complex than that. However, one of the driving forces can be that. Convincing people that there are learning styles. So then you can sell books and sell apps targeting a learning style. That is mere exposure. Convincing someone who can speed read with the accuracy of slow reading. That's an old one. That's before the internet. When the world's quote unquote world's fastest reader was marketing their tools for speed reading and they had an accuracy of 50%. Like, yeah, if you keep selling the ads, you'll still believe that your speed reading will be useful. And you know, how often can you read something at a specific level with 50% accuracy at a really, like if you read a lot of things at 50% accuracy, sure, that can be helpful in like some specific cases. But the last time I checked, the difference between a successful understanding of a scientific article versus a failure is like 2% or 3%. Here's a personal professional, my previous discipline. When someone gives you a DNA test kit, right? This got marketed, obviously. We're talking about the popularity of DNA test kits. The way they get all the things done was on a technology that has like 3 to 4% probably read errors, technical errors, and also human errors in handling it on a really high scale. Do you know what the difference in that error means when it comes to genetic material, right? It's probably gotten better now and there's more accessibility and then they got money to get better ones, but the error rate is substantial. You don't, there's no people don't have context on how inaccurate and how much you can actually tell from genetic material with that fidelity. You never actually see the raw data as well. And no, people aren't interested in the raw data. They won't be able to interpret the raw data. But those who are able to will know that you can't even tell those things that they're marketing. Like the stuff they're saying, like, oh, this is what your DNA told you. That stuff is highly unreliable. And it's not the point of it. It's interesting, it's entertaining. So there you go. That's a personal example from a genetic standpoint. Like when I think of high throughput sequencing data and I'm comparing my samples, if I see like a 0.5% error rate, I start wondering, am I even looking at a human being right now? Or like a read error of 2%. That's not tolerable in science, in genetics. Like if you have a 2%, you could be looking at a fish or a pig for all I know, or a dog, which turns out to be true, by the way. There were times when people tested the QC of these genetic facilities, and the technicians there weren't able to differentiate between looking at a dog's genome versus a human genome. Not because they're incompetent, because it's actually very difficult a lot of times. When you have specific reads and the high reads and curated places, there's a lot of overlap in genomic material, and expecting a company to have enough trained people who would cost lots and lots of money to have their due diligence to make sure millions of customers get their data in a relevant amount of time, you have to sacrifice fidelity and quality to some extent. So when you get that, well, that page that says you're 6% Korean or 3% Chinese and stuff, it's not a grain of salt that you should have that with. It's a heart attack worth of salt to interpret that data. It's very interesting and very entertaining, right? Anecdotally. Is it useful constructively? Well, hopefully it puts a smile on your face. I think that's a great way to look at it. Is it analytically and objectively reliable? No, it's not. Hands down, not even close. It's become more of a style than of a preference. Speaking of, yeah, I talked about that yesterday. Yeah, the style. Yeah. And I hope it's a preference that people do these things. The reason why I think of it as a preference is it also means that in the future, it'll be different. It can be different in the future, right? People will be less toxic. There's a possibility where people will be more likely to talk to each other. That would be pretty cool, wouldn't it? Right? Anyways, something to share. The genetic stuff. I don't work in genetics anymore. But boy howdy, my first thought is, what is the read error on their data? Right? What is the read error on the data, let alone annotations and stuff? If you're curious, like the difference between a human and a chimp is approximately like 1%. So if you have a read error of like 0.5%, that is a high read error to confuse a human being with chimp. The assumption is that human beings submit their genetic material, right? So there is some pre-selection for this, but it does make you wonder how they interpret their data. Big, can I write big deal? No, I guess I can write important, right? Dang it, private, kicking dirt around. What are you doing by private kicking dirt around? Oh, right. Dirt. Private. Yes. All right. It's time to do our lesson. Only one? What do you mean by only one? Actually, let's do the rest of our review here. Yeah, only 1%. Approximately 1%. Yes. The genetic difference between the two species. Yeah. There's a genetic difference. There are epigenetic differences and whatnot, but when it comes to the stuff that they're probably looking at, like the stuff that the companies are looking at, it would probably be 99%, like the other 99%, unless they're aware of the 1% differences that are scattered across. So the odds of mistaking things based on fidelity, read fidelity of those genetic tests, the way to offset it is probably they would try to look at human unique sequences. So you can speed it up. You can speed it up by trying to make a tech that reads over the parts that do not necessarily overlap. So you could do that to enrich for the 1% as a control for humans, but they probably won't, largely because they know that humans must submit their DNA. Like, there's a pre-selection, right? They're expecting humans to submit their things, but it gives you an idea of how narrow of a margin errors can be in sequencing. The reason I bring this up largely is because I had to rely. Back in the graduate days, we had to interpret sequencing data, like lining them up, looking at fidelity, and one of the biggest drawbacks possibly is trying to keep the error rate low enough, because in the laboratory setting you could be looking at a lot of things as opposed to simply human sequencing. And what is very important is then you have to compare your sequencing data with other people's sequencing data in order to come to some conclusions and stuff, because you can't go around and say I'm going to sequence the world without spending millions and millions of dollars to try to get that data in the first place. The silver lining here is, though, it has a silver lining with a caveat. You can use the other people with consent from the people buying this stuff, that if they can allow the disclosure of their genetic data but still remain anonymous, that can be contributed to science or something. Like, they can contribute that data to science, which has been done for like animal testing, genetics, genetic kits and stuff. So in a way, it's a interesting silver lining where these types of kits may be useful to science, possibly. The downside about that is it sounds good on paper. However, it really comes down, there's a huge leap of logic here, is to assume that the quality of that data is useful and can meet scientific standards, right? If someone gave me all this free data, right? This is to simulate what it's like to be an internet expert. You get all this data. How do you parse and sieve through what is quality data and what is looser data? You need to look into the methodology, and then that methodology has to meet a quality standard in order for you to determine a meta-analysis of these things. So whenever you see a scientific article come out that deal with meta-analyses, those meta-analyses have to accommodate all the variances in methodology between all of the articles that they're trying to create a summary of. A meta-analysis is when you take like all of the data from different sources and then you try to relate them to each other. Kind of like saying, taking all the reviews of Duolingo and comparing it with all the reviews of WaniKani. You have to qualify how the methodology, the pre-selection bias, all the potential placebos and nocebos effects, you know, that type of thing before you can even compare them to each other. So when it comes to genetic data, it's a silver lining on paper. It might present some data that can be used, that can tolerate that noise. At the same time, I think the large majority of the data is probably grain of salt, and it can maybe influence and contribute to a future scientific direction. The animal ones is interesting too. So this kind of thing I thought about for quite some time when I was thinking maybe I should stay in science, and because high throughput sequencing was very trendy at the time, and I would love to see if you could enter a collaboration with a company that is already generating that data and seeing if there's any way to produce or sieve important data. Like you could say you're only looking at one gene, right? One gene, and that gene, even in the lowest sequencer you have, that gene is really well read. So at least you can explore the frequency of that gene in that isolated context or something like that. Like maybe there's a part in the sequence of various humans or like a large majority of humans that is very classically well read by the technique. So you can probably glean some information from those kind of things. Overall though, it really does come down to the methodology. If you're saying this is better than that, or these are useful to you, the first question you have to ask is, how did you acquire this data? An internet expert, in my opinion, would not have enough experience yet. It's not to say the internet expert cannot become an experienced expert. Generally speaking, when you're looking at data, I think one of the underlying factors about internet experts is that the lack of experience tend to mean that they do not take into consideration the variousness and the spuriousness of comparative analyses of data coming from different sources, right? If someone says this is the best language app from this website, do you understand the methodology and the people who write that article? And then you go to another website and they say they might say a different thing or the same thing. Did they disclose their methodology and their reputation? It is up to the user to be able to grab that information and then ultimately compare if they are relatable things. The nice thing about everyone doing the same thing or very similar is that they're comparable. The disappointing thing is the standard is very low in quality right now, and it goes back to what we were talking about writing fast and being at the pace. It's a sacrifice, it's a compromise. So the most popular articles and the most popular websites are, in my opinion, comparable to each other, and they are also comparable in lack of quality or due diligence. That makes it efficient to say, oh, lots of top sites say the same thing and therefore they agree. And you can actually make that presumption largely because the standards that they play at tends to be very similar, right? They only meet the quality of their competitors most of the time. There isn't like a oddball out somewhere that is on the top list that compares to them by somehow unrealistically being able to also uphold fidelity and integrity, right? So you have to consider that. So one point that I would like to make with all this is, if you had an algorithm, how would you differentiate between someone who is not popular but but have high due diligence and quality versus someone who is popular but sacrifice high due diligence and quality for objective speed and efficiency. The algorithm only does one really well, not the other one. So you start wondering, what is the target audience? The target audience is the latter, the high efficiency group. Otherwise, in my opinion, algorithms would change and favor something else, right? In this case, it's favoring that. So yes, lower quality but higher efficiency, right? At the sacrifice of quality, higher efficiency. And that's the internet algorithm we live in today right now, as opposed to and I'm not saying those people don't want to make that. So I'm not using it. I'm trying not to make it sound like an ad hominem argument. The people who write these fast, as high quality as they can, fast-paced articles, if you were, in my opinion, if someone would say, hey, you'll get paid, you'll get great views, people will care about you if you took your time and spent like 2 years researching something and only publishing one article at a time. If that was a guarantee, I would say that person will still be motivated to be able to do that. So it's not like though I can go out and call the people out like, oh, you're being unrealistic. You should be more fidelity and give up your livelihood for that. So we have to keep realistic. Like when someone says their game was rushed, right? Was rushed to meet a deadline in order to release it, and then the game was buggy, there are a lot more things in play, right? When you start doing ad hominem arguments like, oh, they rushed the game, so they're dumb, right? They're stupid. They didn't want to release games working 100%. It's like, what kind of logic is that? Like, there's got to be more in play. People don't want to just release bad things, right? So I'm not suggesting that the vast majority of journalists, especially online journalists, are putting out material without saying or considering what they aren't able to do within that time limit. They are, I think the vast majority of, I like to believe the vast majority of people are able to produce those articles, but it's not favored, right? Feels bad. I know. Or at least I like to think what I'm saying is a little gloomy. Not trying not to be not gloomy. Rhyme and reason. Why am I stuck on this? North. Oh. Ah. What? Oh, that's white. Whoops. I meant it. It's Hoku. I typed white, not north. Hoku. Okay. Oops. No, that's not the one I'm looking for. Right. That's the Onyomi. I'm looking for Onyomi. Not the Kun. Kun. On. Okay. 3 more. Oh no, what time is it? Oh my gosh, it's 10. Oh no. I told myself I told myself I wasn't gonna do this again. I should put a timer on myself. Okay. Yes. Okay, alright. Now let's do our lessons. Quick. Origin is origin. Okay. I don't actually know what the read is on origin. Gen and Gan. Gen and Gan. The origin of everything can be found in Genji. Genji is the name of the main character in the world's first ever novel, Tale of Genji. I'm not actually familiar with that. Picture him as a rich, pretty boy who cares a ton about his looks and gets along really well with all the ladies. He's also really great at poetry, which helps the lady situation. Or you can think of Genji from Overwatch. Genji's origin story is pretty important when it comes to mnemonics in Japanese literature. He's going to keep popping up on your kanji, so make sure you remember. Okay. Genji. Okay. Alright. Genji. Alright. Genji. Gen. Of course, this is something else. Moto. Yeah. Oh yeah, Genki. That's right. We can just think of Genki. That's where the prototypic thing came from. Genki. That's right. Genko. Igenko. Right. First of all, that checks out. First. So first of all, Sugu? The kanji means previous. This is an adverb version of the word. It's a little thing you can begin sentences with. You can start your sentence with previous, but you can start with first of all or to start with. This usually is written without kanji though, so keep that in mind. Yeah. Is it Sugu? Oh, Magu. Oh, Magu. Mazu. Sorry, Mazu. Not. I'm thinking of next.
Mazu.
How often have I used Mazu? Maybe like once in a blue moon. Mazu. Was there a separate word for firstly? Or first? As in like interjection of this? Since the word consists of, right, you would need a kun. In fact, the reading of this word is very rare and kind of an exception. We use a mnemonic that uses both the kanji part and the hiragana part attached. Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, fair enough. Mazu, you have to make it through this maze. First of all, you have to make it through. Okay. That's kind of weak. Mazu wa katatsuke. Oh man, katatsuke. Ke kazashite. Ke. Sorry. Katasuke. This is tidy up. And we just have this pause, slight transition from ta to zu. Zuke. So what was it? Mazu. Mazu wa Fuji-san. Mr. Fuji first. Oh. I mean Mount Fuji first. I see what they're going with right there. First, the TV. Got the tomatoes. Draft beer. Got draft beer in there. Gohan, still Gohan? Gohan, still Gohan. We don't have Gohan yet. Why don't you date a little more first, then propose? Mazu wa motto deito shite kara propose shitara I'm not even sure if I had this part of speech yet. Or conjugation yet. Whole is whole. And it was like ah? Was it ah? Oh, it's Anna. Yeah, okay, Anna. Anna fell into a hole. Laugh at Anna and her unfortunate misfortune of having fallen into a hole like a ninny. Haha, Anna, you're stupid and clumsy. I don't know how I feel about this one. Imagine yourself laughing at Anna while you point at her. I'm not sure how I feel about it. Continuing to jeer at Anna's struggles to escape the hole. You help Anna out of the hole, but you're too busy laughing at her. Excuse me? That's Kun, isn't it? Yeah, so it's still Anna. Hole in the wall. Anna. Ba? Anaba. Anaba and Hanano Anna? Okay. Makes sense. World is world. It's not like the sec. Probably like wait. Seki? Is it still Seki or is it Kai? I feel like it's Seki. I don't know which one it is. Because all I'm thinking about is Sekai. The world radical and the world, yes, are the same, but there's another really important meaning you need to know. Generation. Okay. Think of it this way. The world is made up of many different generations of... Okay. It's all generational differences that make the world go around. Yeah, se. Yeah, se. So, the se in Sekai. Se and se. It's prototypic Sekai. It's your job to protect the world in every generation with your special saber again. Okay. Very consistent with the saber. It was given to you to uphold correctness. Another connection with se. Because to be correct, you're given a saber for life. And life is se. It's se sho. Right? Se, or like se, and then the shogun gave you a saber for being correct. Nice. It's compounding on itself. And you'll pass it on to the next generation when it's time. Then they'll watch out for the world when you're gone. Hold the saber up high and pledge to protect the world of all the generations to come. Then swish it around and make buzzing sounds with your mouth. That's kind of cute. It's playful and also a very inspirational aging message. That's kind of neat. Sekai. Ne? Yo. Where have I seen yo before? Nise? Interesting. Sansei. Oh. I see. The tip? Previous and tip? The heck? Oh, okay. Everything that happened to you previously is just the tip of the iceberg. I see. The important stuff is ahead of you. Ah, okay. In your future, so make sure you put that stuff first. I was gonna go with first. I'm just gonna type first, probably. First, the tip ahead of you. Ahead is interesting. If it was previous, if you walked behind, I'm trying to think of how it relates to Chinese's behind and ahead with first and last and future. I think it's not the same. No. Wow, that can be a little bit confusing. It's still first. Yes, it's still first. But it does not do positions of being ahead or behind something. Chinese. Xian, right? Xian. Xian, which is first. The original meaning of this word is the tip of something, like a pen or a finger. From that meaning, expanded into all sorts of meaning, like ahead, first, and future, depending on the context and where. In a sense, it can also mean previous in formal context, and we'll accept that meaning too, but we're not teaching it here because it's more advanced. Okay, first, future, ahead. Okay. Seki. Seki makes sense. I mean, Saki. No, not doesn't make sense. That's Saki.
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 Okay, it's going down. Saki. Just ahead of you are the tips of a saw and a key. Saki. We have no idea what they're doing here, but both saws and keys have very sharp tips. So watch out, you don't hurt yourself. Imagine yourself edging carefully past those saws and key tips. You differentiate this form from Mazu because it doesn't have any hiragana on. Right. So how did Mazu work? Oh, the maze. Okay. Now we gotta crunch down a little. So origin. Genji. Origin, Genji. Mazu maze. Mazu maze. Anna. Laughing at Anna. Say. Ne? Seki. Oh, I mean, say. Saber. Right, say. Saber. Saber is saving the world. Generational. Yes. Generational world. Generational world. Say. And saw and keys up ahead. Saki. Okay. Whoops. I might put firstly in that spot. Firstly and first. Okay. All right. Master. Master's master. Shoot. Do you remember back to the radical mnemonic where the master is floating in water droplet? Imagine back to there. Once you do, the most amazing thing happens. The master sends a drop of water into a chute. And it goes careening through an intricate series of them. Picture this master water controlling the droplet as it flows around inside these chutes like he's solving a difficult puzzle with it. Astounding. Oh. I wonder if Ko missed the Avatar train. You know, the waterbending train. Alright, I got this. I got this. He ended up connecting these two. Neat. Sengetsu. Okay.
Sengetsu.
Oh
Sengetsu.
no. Okay, we got a reinforcement for the centaur. Okay. The centaur is reinforced. As of last month, your centaur gets up every night and comes to sleep in your bed. That's a little weird. Apparently he gets really bad nightmares. Poor little centaur. Okay. Alright. Sengetsu wa Jime. Jime. Oh, like Jime. Oh. Huh. Kaba? The middle? Sengetsu nakaba? Ne? Wait, oh, nakaba. Nakaba. Sengetsu open. Open. Now we're fine. Okay. Other, okay, Hako, right? I think this is just gonna jump to Kunyomi for Hako. Maybe. Or it could be Ta or Da? Da? Maybe? I'd be surprised if it's Ta. The leader of alligators. She's no ordinary leader, that's for sure. She's not a politician, she's not a queen, she's one of the other ones. A group of strange, eccentric people who become leaders of animals. Imagine different groups of leaders. They're dressed nice and normal. Then off the side are leaders who are leaders of bears. Leaders who are leaders of bears, cats, alligators, and narwhals. They're the other ones. No matter how you look at it, they are in their own group. They are considered others because society won't accept them. Oh, jeez. Oh, it is Ta. Nice. Remember Ta? We use, the word taco. Then there's the others of the others. There are the taco worshippers. Indeed. They're really strange. Just imagine others shaking their heads at those taco worshippers. Seriously. What the heck? Yeah. Ta makes sense. Because this is Ta, right? Ta for he. But it can also be linked with others too in like Bie, or yeah. So Hoka. Anin. Yep, with others. Another person. And Tajo. Ne? Taso. Oh, Yoso. How do you get Yoso from there? Oh, this must be some different. This looks like a special Yoso. I was going off of like Sho, and maybe it becomes Jo, maybe like a Rendaku situation, but and then use the onyomi here, so Ta, like Tasho or Tajo. But ooh, Yoso. Poppy, She. Copy. Sheen. Probably Sheen. Forehead, ground. I see it in a beggar. Okay. The forehead, okay, of this beggar is on the ground. Except it's not exactly ground. It's a giant copy machine. What the heck? And he's making copies of his forehead. All right. Picture how ridiculous the beggars look, taking copies of his forehead with the ground copy machine. All right. No, shoot, Sha. Oh wait, Sha. The wait. Did I get them backwards? Oh wait, I got it backwards. It's Sha. I said Sheen, but I was thinking of Shashin. I got it backwards. Yeah, I was thinking Shashin. Shashin is my prototypic for this character. It's the left character. Shaman. This ground copy machine can only be work of one person. A shaman. Okay. Was this the first time a shaman came up? For Sha, I'm not sure. This particular shaman specialty is being able to turn any surface into a copy machine at a swirl of his little shaman wand. Picture him running around in circles doing a little dance and chant, and then the ground suddenly turning into one giant copy machine. Alright, calm down. Where's Shashin? There it is. That's my go-to. Yeah. Oh, and this is Kun. Oh no, this is Own. Oh yeah. That's interesting because I'm pretty sure Shashin went the other direction. Trying to get Own, I suppose. It makes me think it's more of a Kun thing, but what is Uchisu? Uchi Utsu Utsutsu 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 Utsutsu. What? Oh my god. Utsu. Okay, so that's the Kun read. Utsuru. Okay. Month before last. Yeah, that makes sense. Last month. Yeah, it's the last month. The month before last makes sense. 2 lasts before the month, before the moon. The previous month, yes, it's the month before last. Well played. And is it Sensen without Senzen? No Dendaku. Okay. So Sensen Getsu. Interesting. They didn't go with a Senzen Getsu.
先々月
Sensen Getsu.
先々月
So no Rendaku. Sensen Getsu no blog. Sensen Getsu no testo. What do we have? 4th. Okay. Cuba. What do you got? Cuba. Oh, okay. Hurricane? What do we got for hurricane? I don't see. Wait. Sensen Getsu. Furoida de 大きなバリね Hari. Oh, there's Hari. Oh, it's Ha, not who, her. Hurricane があったそうだ。Hurricane. Okay, alright. That's enough katakana for today. So, Sensengetsu, no Rendaku. Okay, Sensengetsu, that's fine. Sensengetsu, makes sense. Copy is copy Sha, right? And what was it? Shaman? Sha. Beggar, shaman. The leader of other alligators, right? The leader of other alligators. Sengetsu ne? What was the Sengetsu? It is the month. Last month is the month dealing with centaurs. The centaur, poor little centaur, right? And then master. Master is master. Water. Water bender. Bending water into the chute. Right? Chute. Okay. Oh no. What was the alligator thing? Oh, it's just ta. Right. Wait, how did they get to ta? Oh, taco. The taco worshippers. Right, the taco worship. Yes. Wait, what was this one? Copy. Oh, alright, copy. Wait, how did they word it? Oh, okay. The other day. What? They didn't use. Oh, they didn't use Huh. Oh no. I didn't get these yet. The previous, okay, so the previous day isn't necessarily yesterday. It can be any recent day, which is why the word means the other day. Okay, that's fair enough. The other day, yeah. You know, the other day I had a beautiful, wonderful discussion about learning styles. The other day. It doesn't necessarily, it happens to be the previous day, but it can be any other day. Oh boy. Senjutsu. Yeah, jitsu.
先日
Senjutsu. Senjutsu, G2 of them. Okay, so the other day you saw 2 centaurs. Senjutsu. I see. That's fair enough. Alright. Senjutsu no commento. Commento. News. Koto. Ne? Senjutsu no koto. Happened. Interesting. Cancel. What do we have for cancel? Oh, is it suspend? Oh, it is suspend for cancel. Chu ne? Chushi. Right, chushi deshita ne? Okay. Alright. Center is still center. Oh. This is the center of the king's head. So you have to be extra careful not to look anywhere else. The king will definitely cut off your normal size head if he sees you looking at all over his big head and not the center. Alright. Alright, I got you. King's big forehead. Alright. Well, not forehead, but center of his head, I suppose. Chu? No, what? Chuo. That can't be Chuo, right? That sounds really weird. Oh, it is Chuo. Jeez. Sensei. Sen checks out. Se checks out. Although se, we need a mnemonic to differentiate between sho and se, right? Oh no, wait. This is life, so it's just se actually. Sensei. Previous life. So we're talking about someone who has a previous life who maybe previous life experiences. When you have previous life experiences, you can teach others about it, making you qualified to be some kind of teacher. Indeed, indeed. That resonates with me pretty well. Sensei is often used for school teachers, but it's also used to show respect to doctors, lawyers, authors, and other respected experts. It's used as a standalone word or a name ender. Like, yes. Oh, Tomu? Tomu sensei. Who's Tomu? Ooh, oddly specific. Oddly specific choice.
Sensei.
Sensei. Okay. And yeah, because se is our only read, as far as I know, of life. Onyomi read of life. What kind of sensei things we have? Piano. Ne. Hako. Hako no sensei. Kurasu. Okay, kurasu. Ohayo. Ohayo to itta. Tanaka sensei. Eh? Koichi. I see what you did. Oh. An expert. Name and person. A named person. That kind of reminds me of a video game trope. Like this isn't important, or like someone you would use, like a trainer. A trainer typically has a name in MMORPGs. Like, oh, this must be one of the trainers, right? An expert. A person whose name is known because he's famous. Why is a person's name known? Why is this person? Because they are an expert or master at something. Yep. How else does someone become famous or well known? That's pretty much it. Even if you're just an expert at being an idiot, yeah, you're still famous. It's a name person. Expert at being an idiot. So Meijin. Interesting. So they went, yeah, Gene makes sense. Did you know that every expert has their own pair of Meijins? I disagree. 2 hours, 10 minutes, finally finish your Anki. Nice. A true master of anything has a specific pair of jeans they wear only in the month of May. That's what makes them so good at what they do. Man, I should hop on the May jeans. Okay.
Meijin.
Meijin. Meijin. Let's see. Karuta. Ne? Karuta? Yes. Pasokon. Frisbee is where Furisu. Frisbee. Man. How many words have I reviewed? I have no idea. I have no idea. Haven't been keeping track. Oh. Down to Churn. Churn probably is doing like what, 600? Are you doing like 600, Churn? What are you doing? 2 hours and 10 minutes sounds like a lot. Where's Blackjack? Oh my gosh, that woman is not only a chess master but a master blackjack. 女の人はチェスの名人で あるだけでなく、なくば、なく、ブラね、ブラブラックジャック、ブラックジャックの、ブラックジャックの成人で、もある。Wow. A woman is interesting. Flat. Okay. Flat. Dry and horns? Oh no. If you want to dry your horns, you need to lay them flat. Kind of feels like the whole Triceratops thing again. If they aren't flat, there'll always be a little damp somewhere and you'll never have a moment's peace. I think that's not even almost the opposite case. Imagine carefully taking off your horns and laying them flat on a paper towel. You have to smooth them out so that they're flat as possible. That's not how that works. I hope you feel better, Jern. Hey. Hey. Yo. 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 Being flat isn't enough. So you covered the whole thing in hey. Hey. Hey absorbs water, so you add a flat layer of it. Okay. Imagine carefully laying a flat layer of hay on top of your flat horns. You feel really at peace and you're tired now. You decide to lay on top of the hay and take a nap while you wait for your horns to dry. For the record, horns, there's blood supplies that go to a part of the horn, so I can only imagine like taking off your horns and then a fountain of blood just comes out. It's not entirely mineral deposits. There are actually blood supplies that go to horns. Just like pop bleeding. I'm guessing maybe yo and byo is describing something flat, like a flat counter or something. Yo and byo are rendaku pairs. Rendaku pairs tend to run that way. Oh, heijitsu. Yeah, heijitsu is our prototypic for hei. That's how I get hei too. And the other jitsu, the jitsu for he, heijitsu. That's our prototypic. Oh, interesting. What is this? Ah, ai, aichi. Interesting. Ai. And then heiki. Flat energy related thing is clam. Interesting. All right, let's go over these. So, okay. I don't remember I know the previous day, the other day mnemonic, but how do we get senjutsu? Oh, G2. G2 centaurs. Okay. That one's kind of hard. Senjutsu. Senjutsu. Center of the king's face, right? So, oh. Yeah. Oh. Sensei. Previous life experience. How did the sensei thing go? Oh no, it's Onomi. We have both the reads. Expert. Interesting how some words in WaniKani is not in the deck. In your deck? I see. Meijin. Meijin ne? May. People in May have. Experts have May genes. Yeah. Because they're cool like that. I don't have any genes. I'm not an expert though. And then this is you have to put your horn out to dry. So you put a layer of hay on it. All right. Oh, interesting. Is expert in Japanese interesting? Yeah, apparently. Oh, that's for celebrity? Oh. The only word I know for like that type of thing for celebrity is xing xing, right? Xing xing. Which is kind of very similar. Like star know, star say, star aware, xing xing. Or is that what I'm thinking of, or is it? I need a different modifier. Hold up. Different modifier character. Oh no, not Sing Sing. Ming Sing? No, famous person equals celebrity in Chinese. Okay. Ming Sing is what I think of. Ming Sing. So a bright star. A bright star is a celebrity. Not just any normal star, but a bright star. Ming Sing. A bright star is a celebrity. Good old Chinese. Okay, all right. Wait. Oh, wait. I still have advanced. No, we're not done yet. We still have advanced. I'm like, wait a minute. Didn't we unlock all the others? Okay. Plate is plate. Plate is plate is plate. Do I have... No, I don't have anything that isn't a kun. Oh, because there isn't an on. It's just Sara. Okay. Both Mingxing is also... Yeah, Mingxing. I say Mingxing because of Duolingo. I didn't learn the other one. The person washing all the dishes were named Sara. She was named that because of her large head, which is shaped like Sarah Jessica Parker's head, very big. Sarah Jessica Parker's head is not that big. Hold up. Okay, it's kind of big. All right, it's kind of big. Imagine someone with a huge head washing dishes. When I say huge, I mean huge. She turns towards you with her big head and says, "Hi, I'm Sarah," and you see her name tag, which also says Sarah. She is Sarah, the dishwasher. The plates, I wonder if Sarah will show up in other places. We'll see. Even though, okay, Sarah. Okay. So Sarah is still Sarah. Show Sarah? Oh, Kosara. Oh, that makes sense too. Kozara. The Rendaku. Kozara. Oh yeah, okay. Yeah. I got you. I think we go Kozara. Orai. Sara orai. Sara arai. Sara arai. Interesting. All right. Surname. Well, that's certainly a way to say surname. Okay, surname. A name written in letters is the surname. I don't know how that's probably not going to stick too well. Back in the day, your surname was the important name. It's your family name after all, and family was king back in the day. This is the name you'll write out in kanji, aka in letters. So that's why this combination of kanji means surname. Interesting. Myoji. So myo is a kun. Interesting. Or is it a kun? I mean, is it an on? Oh, it's a special on. Sorry, on. Note that the myo portion is the alternative reading. So adjust your thinking according so you can get to myo. Just imagine someone saying more with a funny accent. Myo. 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 Then say myo instead of more. Imagine them saying they have myo people in their family than yours. Their surname spread amongst myo people than yours. Oh, that's good. I like these. These are fun ones.
名字
Myoji.
名字
Myoji. Myoji. Myoji oh, I can't say that. It might trigger my assistant. You almost got me there, Ko. Myoji yobu. Call. Yeah. Myoji ne? Oh, input suru. What the heck was input suru? Nyuroku suru. Myoji. Myoji wa Tanaka desu. Interesting. ここに両力してください。入力。Alright. So rest is rest. Maybe leader leaning on a tree because he's resting. Yep. Makes sense. Self-explanatory. As he rests, he suddenly gets hungry and pulls out a cucumber. Q. How'd you get from Q from Shio? Oh, okay. Maybe that'll come later. Off the tree and bite into it. A good rest isn't complete without some crunchy tree cucumbers. Oh no. Don't email me saying cucumbers don't grow on trees. Cucumber trees exist. Look them up and then rest easy knowing I've never lied to you. Hold up. Hold up. Dang. That's a technicality. That's a technicality. Oh, that's a heckin' technicality. I'll give it to you. You. Okay. Yasumu. Yasumu. Oh, pause. Is this like Kyushi? Kyushi. Okay. Alright. We have energy and treasure put together. And now now it just becomes energy. You put the treasure in the energy and it just becomes a energy. You're looking for a treasure, but no normal treasure. A treasure that's a stash of energy. Not gold, money, or anything like that. Imagine yourself finding it, opening up a treasure chest. Outbursts a spirit ball of energy like you've never seen. Happy dollars for everyone! Happy dollars! It's a treasure box filled with happy dollars. Try to touch the energy spirit. It's pretty amazing. Is it solid? Does it shock you? What does it feel like? Be sure to imagine it. Happy dollars feel like a spirit too. Like when you give out happy dollars, it's not necessarily solid, you know? It kind of shocks you every once in a while. And it also makes you feel, you know, all giddy and smiley inside. Happy dollars. That would be the treasure, all right. Treasure filled with energy, you know? Sa, ki, and ke. Ki and ke. Oh boy. Oh yeah, that makes sense. We're still gonna use like ninki, ninki or genki for the onyomi stuff, right? A prototypic one. As you reach inside the energy spirit, you feel something hard inside. It's a large key that gives you access to another treasure, to your life, that is. You take the key and open another treasure that's nearby. Open it up and see what's inside. More happy dollars. Imagine something speculative. Happy dollars. Happy dollars. Speculative. Yep. The year WaniKani launched, 2011, and I don't know why I said nen at the end. But it's the 2011 year. I think the meaning is pretty obvious. This just means year 2011 or simply 2011. Yes. Okay. What did you go with? 2011年
2011年
11年
2011年
2011年The reading is a little tricky. You start with 2000, yes. Then you add 11 to it, 11. Then you simply add the reading for nen, which you already know. You can assume it's the onyomi reading because it's attached to something else, like a juko. From there, yukuko. From there, you are in. Yeah, okay. 2011, 11年 11 Ichinen. Okay. Oh yeah, that's fine. Ooh, Hanami, ne? Hanami? Yes, Hanami mo. 2011年は花見も花ねor 花火 right? 花火もno 月ね月見 what the oh 月見も because of moon viewing, right? More interesting. 中止でしたよ. Okay. All right. This is fine. Energy bombs, energy spirit, right? Energy treasure, spirits, ki and ki. Ki and ke. Alright, we're just gonna stick with ki until we get a ki. Ki. Rest? Ne? Q. Q. How the heck did Q work? Cucumbers. Dang it. That's kind of tough. Alright, cucumber trees. Q. Cucumber trees. Cucumber trees. Think about cucumber trees. Cucumber trees. And then we had Meiji. Ne? Wait. Meijin. Yeah, Meiji. No, wait. No. Fl. Wait. Just Meiji. Oh, Myoji. Oh no, more. Myoji. Okay. More. Myo. Okay. Myo. I'm in family name. Myo. Okay. Oh, Myo is gonna be weird. And Sada. Sada is fine. Okay. Bamboo is bamboo. Bamboo is bamboo. Kun, and it just goes straight to kun. Okay, today is bamboo day, so just take take all the bamboo you want. Really take as much bamboo as you could possibly hold. Take some bamboo, then take some more, some myo, some myo, and take myo. It's free after all. Take. Oh no, Take. Oh wait, is that why? No, that's not why. Oh no, Take. Take is kind of hard. Take is kun though. So takenoko. Takenoko, take. So just transfer. Okay. Yeah. Ne. Nennai. Ne? Nennai? Ain't no way. That sounds kind of weird. And Nennai, but probably. So inside. Okay, so inside the year. Oh, within inside the year. So by the end of the year. I see. In other words, before the end of the year or within the year. Yes, within the year. I'm gonna stick with within the year. I think that's fine. The expressions there. Nennai.
年内
Nennai.
年内
Okay, fine. We're fine. JOPTN4 by the end of the year. Oh my gosh. Nennai ni. I don't know how they do JLPT N4. It's like JL JL Pechi ni ni yon. Oh, probably something like that. It's kind of like SFU and things like that, or like ATMU kind of thing. So, what do we have? N4 or toru no ga goru desu. Toru no Furu no ka. E L B P T. That's fine. It can be any of those things. It really can. If you look up ATM, you'll have several. If you look up sci-fi, it has several too. Let's see. Thread. The thread radical. Yeah, there's no correct way to do abbreviations. You have some thread. Ito. What's the first thing you do with it? You take it and put it in your mouth. The heck? And start sucking it down like spaghetti? What the? Oh no, Itsu. Ito. Wait, oh no, Itsu and Ito is combined with eat. You have to decide to Ito. Oh no, and Itsu. Okay. So they're overlapping with Ito and Itsu. Okay. Think about how it tastes. Think about how it feels in your throat. Let it get caught on your teeth and around your tongue. It's a weird feeling having thread in your mouth, and you want to use that weird feeling to remember you're going to eat to Ito it. Okay. I don't think I have to say the word. It starts with a P. It ends with tick. Let's see. Ear. Ear is ear. It's Mimi, probably. And it's Kun. Yeah, Mimi, Kun. Put your hand to your ears and say Mimi, Mimi. Okay, another, I think they did the misolada, like mafaso milad. I don't remember sofa. The scales, the singing scales. Listen to your tone with your ears. This sort of a stereotypical sort of singer sort of image. Make sure to concentrate a lot when you're listening to your me tone. In fact, why don't you do it out loud right now? Make a little fool of yourself. It's fun and it'll help you remember. Nah, we're good. We're good. Mimi is still Mimi. Mimi Dachi? Mimi Uchi. Interesting. We don't have U. Mimi? Yeah? Nope. Hatsumimi. We don't have Hatsu yet. Something heard for the first time. Hatsumimi. Interesting. Year round. Really? Nenchu. Oh no, yeah. Nenchu. Yes. So the middle here, middle sounds like it should be something like the middle of the year, but it's not. Think of something that happens in the middle of the year, and then all other parts of the year is just referring to everything within this year, which is how we get year round. I have a different approach to this. It's the content of the year, naka. So using naka instead, something within the content. So when you have something within, you naka within, it's all the content that contains within the unit. So then nennaka would be year round. It would be all year. It would be within the whole year, right? That would be the other interpretation of this, as opposed to using middle. But what was it? Think of something that happens in the middle of the year and then all other parts of the year. Okay. Just referring to everything within this year. Yeah, I would have just said the whole year. I wonder how they negotiate when Naka becomes involving the contents of everything. I think that would be a great start here. So Nenju, ne? No, Nenju, right? Nendaku. That sounds a little bit better with a Renju. Nenju. Nenju.
年中
Nenju.
年中
Going down. Nenju. So staying up. Nenju. Okay. So if you know the reading, right? Does have a strange reading though, because Rendaku, which is Ju. This is basically just Chu changing to just talk about Rendaku. Yeah, because this is rare, it just switches to yes. Okay, yep. Noisy, うるさい。うるさい。うるさく。うるさくて。うるさくて。この道はね。この町は年中暖かいでしょ。No, you missed 4 hours? No, that's, yeah. 4 hours of half a yap. Okay, so bamboo. What are we doing with bamboo? Take this, take that, take mule this, take mule that. I'm doing the mule thing is because of the other thing. Take Nennai ne by the end of the year. Yeah, Nennai, having Nennai and Nenju next to each other is a pretty good one. That's a very Duolingo thing too. Nennai, Nenju. Although neither of these terms were introduced yet. So whole year by the end of the year. Okay, that's interesting. So thread, put it all around your mouth, right, and in between your teeth and whatnot. But how did that lead to the read on thread? I don't recall. Oh, eating it. Put it in your mouth. Ito. Oh no. That's kind of getting superseded by itsu. Ito. Ito. And then the ear, that's legacy. Mimi. Okay, Ito. Ito's kind of weak. We'll probably have a problem this tomorrow. Okay. Insect is insect. Mushi? Ne? Oh no, wait. This is onyomi. Okay. There's probably an onyomi for this, right? Oh no, it just goes to mushi. Okay, I was expecting them to use a onyomi if there was one. Okay, just mushi. And that's exactly the mnemonic I use for insect. Nice. Yeah, when you squash a bug, it's mushi. Mush. Mushi. Mush. Same exact mnemonic. So really no worries about this one. It was from Shashinko. Shashinko. Imagine little words that says mush flying out from under your feet as you mush the poor things. What does a mush sound like? Mush. You have to come up with something unique to yourself and focus on remembering it. It sounds like mush. What are we talking about here? Mush. Maybe like a squishy squash. Yeah, squish. Mushy. Still mushy. Ooh. Mushike? Oh. It's okay. And Momushi? Or is it like Kemushi? Kemushi. Okay. That's a special exception. Kemushi. Okay. First year student, 1年生. There's an anime called Mushibugyo. Bugyo. Mushibugyo. They go around killing mushi. Oh, hey, that's kind of cute. Bugyo. Interesting. Mushibugyo. Is that a pun? Is that supposed to be an English pun too? All I can think about right now is mushi for insect, then bug for the English, and yo for Chinese. So have mushy bugs combined. It's like a English, Chinese, Japanese pun when I read that initially. As that's pretty funny. It's a coincidence, obviously, but I thought that was pretty funny. I immediately thought mushi, bug, yo. Oh boy. Path of least resistance. Path of least resistance for translation. You maybe think this is just 1 year of life, but it is certainly not. It is nensei. But it actually means first year student. A second year student is ninensei, and so on. So think about how crazy the Japanese are about school. You can see why school is life and not life itself, making this vocab word first year student. Okay. Yes. Ichinensei. And it's a jukuko, so we just ham on the onyomi.
1年生
Ichinensei.
1年生
Oh, that say was hold off a little bit longer. Ichinensei. Oh, what's handwriting? Mata 1年生 nano ni nano ni ji ga jouzu neta. Da ne. Not neta. Da ne. Niji ga jouzu da ne. Okay. All right, so we got tree and measurements. Oh, what are you gonna do with the village? Sometimes taking measurements of the trees. Why is someone taking measurement because they came from a village? No, these people are planning to take the trees and cut them down to make their village. Oh, okay. There's a whole group of people out there who are measuring these trees, imagining asking each other, do you think this will be be a good tree for our village center? And other people nodding agreement, or disagreement, night. as they measure. Okay. All right. Muda. Okay, so they went straight to kun. All right, muda. They take all the wood back to their building. Where they're building their village, and once they construct the village center, they paint a muda. Oh, mural. Murao. Muda. Oh, on the side of it. The mural is about the where's they got the tree from, so they remember the building's origins. What was my origin thing already? I don't remember my origin mnemonic anymore. Look at the mural on the side of this newly constructed village center. So many trees. Visualize the whole process as the tree becomes a building as you gaze and reflect on the message of a mural. Stardew Valley. Easy clap. The village center. The village center is something you restore with all the resources you have as you're collecting. Buddha. And it has murals in them. The village center does have murals in Stardew Valley. Okay, Murajin? Ne? Murahito? Murajin. Murahito. Murabito. Oh yeah, Murabito. Okay. So this is the one that gets kunified because of Mura. Get kunified. And then Rendaku on the Hito. So Murabito. Okay. Interesting. The village people. Okay. Man is man. Which is man. Man. Can't be like none. There's no way, right? Oh, Don. Okay, Don's close enough. Oh, there's none. Okay. I'm like, it's got to be none. One of them's got to be none, but yeah, Don works too. When you think of a man, think of Don. Why? Because that man has to get up at dawn to power his rice paddy every day. Oh, right. The mnemonic for the radical. The man radical. It's using strength to power the rice paddy. The man powers the rice paddy. Nice. Picture the man watching at the first light of dawn tints the sky pink and orange. Time to get to work, man. Okay. Alright. I don't actually know what the kun is. Oh wait, I do know what the kun is. Just kidding. Otoko, yeah. Like otoko no ko. Yeah, otoko no ko. Otoko no hito. These are my prototypic words to find out that this is otoko. Few year. What? Oh yeah. Shonen. And this is prototypic shonen, largely due to manga. Yeah, shonen. Someone of a few years is someone who's young, and by default is male, right? Since we already have shoujo or girls, shonen means boy. Shonen is a bit of a formal term that refers to a young boy, usually between childhood and adolescence, or sometimes to a youth in general. Yes.
Shonen.
Shonen.
Wow. What is the we? Ooh, we. Shonen takes on all of the particles here. and no particles. Yep, there it is. Shonen shonen manga wa suki desu ka? Right. 小さいね。小さい頃はスポーツ少年でした。A sporty boy. Okay. Interesting. Alright, so got shonen, few years. Eliminate the read is already legacied. Rice patty man, powering the rice patty man. How did we get Don? Oh, Don. Yeah, to get up to power the rice patty. Don. And Mura murals. Mura measuring trees. Mura. 1年生。1年生。I mean, this is goal, but just school is important. School is important. And mushi, the sound, mushi. Yep, we're fine. Okay. Hold on, I need to restart. Okay. Shonen. Oh, just kidding. I think this is the last batch, right? Last advance. Oh no. We don't know how much because they don't list it because I have a batch limit. That's right. Okay. Okay. Tuning. Wait. Just Kyonen. I'm like tuning. I'm like, what am I doing? Kyonen. Yeah. The past year is the last year. Self-explanatory.
去年
Kyonen.
去年
Yeah. Both onyomi. Not very, very traditional. うちの犬は去年から10キロと太った。Jeez. Gone a little bit fat there. 10 kilos? I don't actually know that's a lot for a dog, actually. I don't own a dog. I don't have a fur baby. Hana. Okay. Hana. Oh, I want to hear this, actually. All these flowers were planted by your leader with a spoon. Yeah, now the whole place is absolutely full with beautiful flowers everywhere. Your leader is a nice guy who wants there to be flowers for even future generations to enjoy. That's why he painstakingly planting all these flowers with a spoon. Imagine watching him dig hole after hole with his little spoon just to plant some flowers for someone. I kind of want to do that for fun. Like, you take out a camera, right? Take out a phone camera and take a spoon, do it for 1 minute, you know, plant it, and it's like, ta-da! And then everyone in the comment section is like, why are you doing that? Why don't you just do it correctly? Like, why not? And then smile and then be like, yeah, cool. Right. Hannah. But for some reason, the leader just can't stop planting. Oh, there's no voice samples. What the heck? We have to wait till flower becomes a vocabulary word. The leader just can't stop planting flowers. He's going crazy. Maybe it's the pollen. Now there's only one person that can save him. Hana. Hana is the most reliable person you know. Whenever someone's in any trouble, Hana shows up and set things right. Everyone needs a person. I'm curious if this is one of the recurring characters. Especially the leader. Alright. Still Hana. Hanabi. Ne? Hanabi. And Hanami. Right. Okay. Moving along. Hayai. Hayai. Hayai ne? Right. So the kun.
早い
Hayai.
早い
The reading of this is the kun, right? Which you did not learn, of course. What did we learn for this one? Soul. Learn soul. You're fast, you're early. Your chop comes down onto your opponent's neck so quickly as you chop him. You yell, "Ayya! Ayya!" If we act out the WaniKani mnemonics, we would be behind bars. Yeah, some of the WaniKani, some of the WaniKani ones are a little, they're ridiculous. Hayai, okay, hayya. Fast chops. All right, we got it. Fast chops. I mean, if you get an early chop in, that's also, you know, just imagine the pranks, right? That sounds like something a mischievous brother would like sneak up on a sister would do. You're like, you know, you sneak up, it's like, hiya, just tap her with a chop and then just run away before, like that sounds like something a kid would do. Hiya. All right. Check. No. Quick? Oh yeah. Hiya. Ooh. Mo check wow check check in したの早い早いもうチェックインチェックインしたの早いOh, congratulations. It's a day early. 1日早いけど、おめでとう. Okay, makes sense. Is proposing after a day and a half too soon? Whoa. 1日半プロポーズはさすがに早いかな is proposing after a day and a half too soon. Oh. Okay. Interesting. Oh no. As soon as... So soon. Early. As soon as possible, huh? Just as immediate after quickly early. Okay. Essentially, you have a kanji twice. Because, yeah, right? When you have something early twice, it obviously has some kind of urgency to it. You'll need to take an action as soon as you finish whenever it is. Okay. Although if I type as soon as possible, I think possible would be too much of a stretch. And this is probably a juxtaposition. Right now, yeah, suffix. Quickly. I like quickly. It's just after early. Oh, it still takes early as well. Interesting. Immediately after, as soon as possible. Lickety split. Ah, lickety split. I don't actually know what the last word of that is. So. Yeah, so. And oh, they take both.
Hayabaya.
Hayabaya with a rendaku. Hayabaya. Interesting. Hayabaya and so. Oh, hiki. So to hiki. Hiki ageru. Eh? Withdraw quickly. So to quickly. Oh, pull out. Hiku ageru. Interesting. Ageru. Hiki ageru. Got anything else? Udon party was boring. How can a udon party be boring? Don't answer that. Udon party wa tsumaranakute so to hiku agechatta. Agechatta. So you left early. Oh, withdraw. Okay. Interesting. Hotel wo hotel wo datte no de yeah dette ne hotel wo dette so apato o karita. Karita, what is it? Karita is karita. Rent? Yeah. Trying to think of the kanji. Alright. We got C is C, which is C. Walking eyeball, by the way. That's a walking eyeball. Straight to Kun. Me. You see something. That's kind of funny. Me. So this is a shortened Mimi. You see something is walking towards you, but you need to see better. When the person comes close, you realize that person is me. Okay. The struggling to see bit is pretty important. Make sure that you slowly see a little better and better as the person comes closer. But it's difficult the whole time. Struggles are good for memory. Then it starts to become more and more clear, and you start saying, that can be me. No way, it's me. When the person comes up to you, the person being you, you learn about parallel universes and other fabulous things. Okay. Still the whole time you can't stop thinking about, this person looks like me. Or no, this person is me. Whoa. I think Ko got a little bit carried away here. You need to calm down. Anami. Yeah. Miru. Mieru. Yes, mieru. Alright. So, kun, me. So, and, hayabaya. Hayai. How did hayai work? Hayai. Haya! Okay. Alright. Hana, just dig. Plant things. Leader. Hana to the rescue. And Kyonen. Only Kyonen work. Kyonen's Kyonen. The previous year is last year. And then Onyomi. So Kyonen. Got it. Okay. Okay. Oh. I guess I could have done fast, right? And whoops. All right, let's keep going. Okay. Machi. We're finally getting machi instead of cho. Exactly the same. Machi. Okay. What do we have? You walk into this town, you hate it because it's vocab. And who doesn't hate vocab? So what do? You pull out a machi and burn this town to the ground? Whoa, you some kind of psycho. What the heck, Ko? Why couldn't you talk about like buying a matcha boba tea in town or something like that? And then use matcha as a machi. Jeez. Man. Oh, cocoa's dark sometimes, yo.
町
Machi.
Machi. Oh yes, all the particles and modifiers, all of them. Look at this. Yeah, that kind of makes sense. It's the location. And also possibly adjective, yes, and then extra modifiers. Dang. I often go out to neighboring town on my days off. Tonari, huh? Tonari no machi ni wa yasumi no hi ni yoku dekakemasu. Yamashita. Oh, Yamashita sensei wa machi de ninki no doctor desu. Oh my gosh, doctor desu. So isha. Okay, all right. Shellfish is still shellfish. What could this be for shellfish? Yeah? No, Kai. To get shellfish, all you have to do is hop into your kayak and get some. Shellfish live in the water. That's not. I guess if you bring some snorkel equipment, I'll take it. Get in your kayak with some snorkel equipment. I'm not sure shellfish would be like dancing on the surface, you know. Imagine rowing your kayak out into the ocean to collect shellfish. I see. That makes sense. That checks out. Imagine I can imagine that being your mnemonic. Imagine the color and shape of the kayak. Feel the spray of the salt water and the taste of some fresh shellfish right out of the ocean. Kai. Kai. Oh, we're just gonna stick with kayak. Alright. So number is number. Goal is onyomi, so are we tuning this up or is it staying as a counter? So it's just goal still. This word is generally added to the end of a number. Yeah, right. In other words, it gives the train car number. Yep. Okay. Still goal because yes. The word is made up of a single kanji all alone, but it uses the onyomi. This is probably because you'll usually see this word attached to other things. Yep. So go it is. So even though it's alone, it's usually used like jukugo. Yep. Checks out.
Go.
Go.
Makes sense. the Queen Elizabeth ship name. Oh, that's interesting. That's a really interesting way to use that. Intriguing. Queen Elizabeth. Elizabeth. Go. All right. Nozomi. Nozomi Sango no Jacketto wa 3万円でした. Okay. Mass Rider number 1. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Kamen Rider Ichigo. Ichigo wa minna no ne hero desu. Freaking hero. Okay, all right. To hit something. Makes sense? To strike plus thing. Okay, or hit. Oh yeah, they use hit. I added strike, right? I think. Oh no, they actually take to strike something. Okay. This kanji hiragana attached because the hiragana ends right. So it's a verb. Okay. It's something to strike something. It can also mean to type. Yeah, to strike the keyboard, to hit the keyboard. Sure. You can use this word to describe bumping a part of your body on something, hitting a ball or a nail or typing on a keyboard. It can also describe hitting a person, but that's used less common. It sounds a bit literary. Okay. Utsu. Oh man, utsu. So kun, if you're planning to hit in uni, oh my gosh, I forgot. Uni is what they do for u. So like umareru. So they're unifying. Yeah. So ko is unifying that. The uni thing. Like to be born. I had to think of an urchin, a uni being born for the umareru. Now they're doing, if you're planning to hit an uni, you're going to need a special bat or hammer. I don't know why you want to hit a sea urchin, but make sure you have the right equipment with you because those things are spiky. Yeah, that's fair enough.
Utsu.
Okay, utsu. Muchi? Ne? What the muchi? A whip? Interesting. Keyboard. Okay. Hidarite. What do we have? Home runs. Where we got? Home run no utsu. Utsu. Expert. Utsu. Where is the expert? Meijin. Meijin ni naritai. I want to be, I want to become, yes, naritai. Boku no sensei wa keyboard o utsu no ga hayai. Wait, why is hayai still not in for shame? God, hayai. Ima no uchi ni. Oh, come on. Even uchi? Oh, wait. Actually, this is usually commonly written. Really long session today. Yeah, because we got lessons. We unlocked our kanji today. So, 今のうちに、うちに、たたたたたたたたた。It's te. Yes, te is a common one. Ew. Alright, we have enough of that. Red is red. Curious if they just go to aka. This sounds about right. Maybe just skip to aka. Right, aka. AKA also known as aka. Okay, fair enough. Think of aka as some sort of alias for red. That's why it's pronounced aka in Japanese, aka red. Okay. Aka-chan. Yeah, that's another prototypic. Aka-chan. Akanne? Akanbo. Akanbo. Okay. Alright, so kun, aka, 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 to hit something. And then we need the kun. Heckin uni. Heckin uni. Often tough. The uni. You gotta strike a uni. Oof. Uni. Go because of the attachment. Selfish. Ayak. And burning. We're gonna burn this city. That's probably what I'm gonna be thinking about. All right. That's a reference. All right. Keeps on going. One hit. Okay. Yeah. So then is this gonna change to so ichida. Yeah. Refers to a single impactful strike. It's often a hit and okay, but also can be punch in boxing or button tap. Okay. Yeah, ichida.
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 Makes sense. What do they use for green? Green. Oh, okay. Alright. We gotta keep moving here. Foot is foot. I could kind of see. No, foot is kind of rudimentary, so right? Just gonna go to. Oh no. Soku? Probably Soku. Soku first before Ashi. The radical for foot is foot. That being said, there are another sufficient. Oh yeah, and it's leg as well. Just keep in mind which is sufficient. If you think about one foot should be sufficient enough to walk around with if you hop. Okay. Also leg. Same kanjis are same kanjis and radicals make Jack a happy boy. You also learn the other meaning as well, though, if you can. Okay. Sufficient. Interesting. Yeah, soku. With a sock. That's my mnemonic as well. Easy clap. Don't even need to learn this one because we still use soku. For the occurrence of the counter soku. So just think about your bare feet. Think about them too much. Feel how cold it is on your feet. Now put a sock in it to make it feel better. Yeah, that's so good. Ushi? No. What would this be? I mean, ashi. No, there's no ashiryu. Ta. Ooh, tari. Oh, ta. There's another read. Tariru. This is ashi. Interesting. Okay. Not soku. Ah. Busoku. Oh, busoku sounds very soku. Sorry, not busoku. Soku. Interesting. Okay, ice. Ice is still ice, and it's still kori.
氷
Kori.
氷
Alright, we're moving right along. Is there a book called Ice Queen? Kori no. Oh, Kori no. Jo. Jo to iu hon wa arimasu ka? Okay. Ice Queen, huh? Let it go, guys. Let it go. Shaved ice. Kakikori. Kakikori. Yeah, kakikori. That's kind of funny because the first time Duolingo introduced Kori, it had something to do with shaved ice too. Anyways. Oh, and machines. Oh, and the hotel room. Actually, kidding. Kori also getting ice in a hotel room. And it's kakikori
かき氷
because of rendaku. Duh.
かき氷
Kakigori. Ice syrup. There. Shaved ice syrup. Shiro. Why am I not surprised? Ichigo. Ichigo. Tomato. そのかき氷、そのかき氷の赤いシロップはいちごですかトマトですか Okay. 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 Car is car. Ch? That wouldn't work, right? Chu? It's probably chu. Chu. No, it's sha. Oh yeah, that makes sense actually. That totally makes sense. Because of densha. Yeah, okay. We could have thought about the train and got the sha. Okay, here's the shaman again. What are we doing with the shaman? There's a car. It's the nicest car you've ever seen. Exquisite. Beautiful. Wouldn't you be surprised to learn it belongs to a shaman? Well, it does. The shaman charges a premium for his shaman services, so he can afford fancy cars like this. The more fantastic you make this car, the better. Also, feel the surprise of a shaman getting out of this car. What a cool dude that shaman is. Cool story, bro. Cool story. Okay. Shaman again. So we have kuruma shanai, ne? Shanai. And densha. Yeah, densha. That would be my mnemonic. Just the mnemonic is densha. Okay. Okay. Wait. We got this again? Huh. Oh no. No, because it didn't change. I remember. Oops. We still got more lessons. Ooh. Okay. Ooh. Man, save me. Then, oh. Toshi? Are we getting Toshi now? Or it could stay Nen because of being attached to something. Alright, so year and also age. Yes, that means they share meanings as well. You can also use talk about someone's age. Toshi. Yep. This word is made of a single, yes, kunyo. This year, you plan on toshiing out all of your old stuff as a New Year's resolution. You pronounce it toshiing though because toshiing. Oh, toshiing is good actually. Toshiing. Yes. Toshiing because it has more vigor that way. My New Year's resolution is toshiing old stuff out. Toshi.
年
Toshi.
Toshi. Okay. この年。どの年ね。新しい年。ね。Oh,新しい oh, because of the break adjective. いい年になりましょうに Interesting. Dang, 2021 was the year of the Olympics. Ooh wee. Oh, these are our last ones actually, because there are only 4. Not is not. What is this character? What could this character be? I mean, it could be Fu and Boo. It's Fu and Boo. Of course, it's Fu and Boo. To remember Fu, we'll use the word fool. Think of these jokes. When someone says something that ends with a loud not, someone is doing that to you over and over again. What is that person? That person is a fool. Be sure to feel irritated at that person. Think in your head as they're telling these dumb not jokes about how much of a fool they are and how much of a fool you're sitting for here listening to them. That's kind of passive aggressive, man. Although Boo really do be booing right here. Boo. Right, Boo. Okay. Soku? Soku. Oh, now it makes sense. Soku. Soku, Shi? No. Not Shi. Use? Usho? Use? De, Huang? No way, it's Fuang. Yes, Fuan. Oh man, that sounds so. Fuan. Okay. Sounds very Chinese. Okay. So we had May, right? And May is on. What else was there? Mae? Ma? Reputation is the same as naming. If you remember that, you have no trouble. The vocabulary is the same as the naming. Yeah, right. Nah. Oh yeah, it's nah. Not ma. Nah. Nah. I was thinking like namae in the future. Namae. You did not learn this reading, so Numa, just think of the first part of the works. Namae. I mean, Namae is kind of close to me. As well.
な、
な、
Hmm. 男のな、どのな、なのな。症状の、症状ののなは、エンダ、エマダ is Hotel King. No, ooh. Master person. The heck was... Do I have master? Uh-oh. I think I forgot something today. So you oh, shoe. Shoe. Yeah, shoe. Shujin. Oh, that's how you get Shujin, as in like the owner and the and also husband. Ah, Shujin wa. Oh, now it makes. Oh, now it's gone full circle. Shujin was my worst one of the like Tsuma, Tsuma Shujin combo, as opposed to Otto and instead of using Otto, right? Shujin. Okay. Doing the heck? Samurai plus leader. The leader of samurai didn't become leader by sitting around and not taking action. He got where he is by doing. Imagine the leader of samurai doing things. He's doing more than anyone else. No one can keep up with what he's doing. Okay, what is he doing? He was doing things with sheep. Oh no, it's a she for sheep. He's a leader of the sheep clan, and he was able to do more with sheep than anything else. That's why he's the leader. Picture the leader samurai doing lots of sheep things. He's sharing sheep, he's feeding sheep, he's doing everything you could possibly do because he is the sheep samurai. Samurai. Sheep samurai. Okay, alright. Samurai, leader, sheep. Got it. Samurai, leader, sheep. Nah. Because the first part of name. Fu and fu. I did not. Oh, the fool. And then Toshi. Toshi. How did Toshi work? Oh, Toshing. Toshing out old stuff for the New Year's resolution. It's still not. Oh. Okay, and then we got to the two new reviews. Do we only... Oh, okay, so we've locked in. So now we're locked into the 4-day schedule, right? Because the earliest point would be 4 days. Yeah, and then we missed a few of those. Nice. Okay. So 4 days from now. Locked in. Um... Hey. Second peak day. All our kanji. Alright. Did make quite a little bit of blunders. We'll go over the blunders as well. I really hope I can get up earlier. It hasn't gone as late as the last 3 days. Okay. So let's quickly go over these. Harmonics. Oh, okay. Man, measurements, origin, whole, leader, forehead, alligator, ceremony, spirit, branch, energy, center, world, plate, bamboo, red, ear, insect, flower, sea, red, car, shellfish, foot, knot, samurai, rice, loiter, bed, pie, cliff, master, umbrella, beggar, horn, spikes. Right. Alright, now let's do our reads. It's getting a little embellished now. Ooh wee. Oh no. This is gonna take a little bit. Yeah, this one I forgot. Oh no, wait, I didn't forget this one. So, again. Well, 回来，我回来了。Welcome back, folks. お帰りなさい。Anna. Oh no, not Anna. Not Anna. Anna? Anna. Oh yeah, this just goes straight. Anna. Say. And then I forgot this one too earlier. For a little bit. Shoot. To Xia. In the dirt, feel feel the stuff. Oh no, yeah, for previous like kyo, ko, go, go. Oh. Dry horns on triceratops? Hey. Hey. Ga. Gori. Mo. Oh, wait. Oh. Tara. Leaning on a tree. Leader leaning on a tree. We'll come back to it. Sen. Me. Nen. So. He. He? Wow, Ki and Kez. Oh, interesting. Yaku. Yaku. Take. Take? Okay. Take. Ito. Wait, Ito? Ito ne? Yes. Ito. Ito. Mimi. Mushi? Mushi. Ura. Otoko. It's not Otoko! Because I'm getting it confused. The vocabulary word. Dan and Nan. You learn Ito today too, you guess? Oh, Ito. Cho. Ana. Mi. Kai. Kai. Okay. No Kun is Otoko. What? Oh. No Kun is Otoko, right? No Kun is Otoko, right? I don't know what you mean. Are you talking about this? Otoko is Kun. Oh, this is Dan. Dan and Dan and Nan. Kai. No, Kunyomi for is Otoko, right? Yes, it is. No Kunyomi for Otoko is Otoko, right? Kunyomi for Otoko is Otoko. The kun for this is Otoko. Dan and Nan are Onyomi for Otoko. I think I think we're on the same page. That's I guess that's all I'm saying. We're on the same page. Aka Toku. Oops. Toku. Sha. Pu and Pu. Samurai. Oh, Shi. Treasure. Oh. Seki. Oh, Seki is always prize, right? Yeah. Seki just doesn't sound like it. Turn otoko is kunyomi like otoko no ko. Yeah, I think we're on the same page. And then leader is leaning on the tree. I know, but you're saying no kunyomi for, like, do you not? I'm not sure if you understand when you're saying that. No kun is otoko, right? No kun is otoko. Are you no, or are you saying yes, kun is otoko? The way you're saying it is you're saying no kunyomi for that character, as in there isn't a kunyomi for that character, and is that. So I'm not, or you're confirming no, as in yes, kunyomi for this is that. That's why I can't read your intent. You're saying no, as in yes, kunyomi is how I'm reading it. Kunyomi for this character is that, and I'm saying yes, it is. We're on the same page. But when you say no, you're using yes. Yes, and I explained that, Churn. I said this is the own. This is the own, and yes, otoko is this character's kun. But because I wrote an O here, I said dan and nan. So you decided to only hear what you wanted to hear and make a comment with about the only thing you wanted to hear. Yes, I agree. Otoko is kunyomi for this character, but I wrote an O, and I even said onyomis are dan and nan. So don't try to deflect like I said something out of context. You took it out of context. We talked about this before too. You like I write out what the read that I'm trying to say. So I didn't write K here, which is what I illustrated. It's not the kunyomi for this character. I mean, it's not the onyomi. Otoko is not the onyomi for this character. It is the kunyomi for the character. Cucumber. Bang. Cucumber. All right. So. 5 errors. 5 errors. I didn't say it's not the right pronunciation. I said it's not what I'm looking for. Like, there's no way I said the word pronunciation. I did not say the word pronunciation. That is BS. I will even look back on the streak, and I guarantee you substituted that. I said this is not what I'm looking for. Like, oh, this isn't otoko. I'm looking for the onyomi for these. It's dan and nan. So please do not start to infer and put words in my mouth. In no way did I even said the word pronunciation. And pronunciation is not relevant to onyomi and kunyomi. I probably would more likely say the word read than pronunciation. Okay, so I think I wrote canopy. Why did I write canopy? What is... Oh, canopy is the other side, isn't it? Why did I write canopy? Is canopy... Oh. Oh. That's why I wrote canopy. Okay. So we gotta be careful about that. I think we'll just do a mnemonic that there's a cliff in the canopy. Right. So something like this. Same way I did lid. Lid is in roof. Yeah, we'll probably do it that way. Hyaku. That was a typo. Hyaku. How did I screw this up? Oh, my keyboard failed on the T. Hidarite. Yeah. I typed Haku instead of Hoku. How did this even work? Hoeing cookies. That was the mnemonic for hoeing cookies. And then, oh, I wrote notebook instead of book. We already added notebook. Right, we already added notebook. It didn't accept notebook. Okay. So, way longer even at peak. So, alright, that's a wrap for WaniKani. So, the level up is gonna be in 4 days, right? Because, let me guess, grace period of 3 still. So we have one that got blocked, but the coincidence is they only blocked one kanji. So let me see, there's 30, we have access to 38. Yes, 38. So yeah, grace of 3. Grace of 3 characters. So if I don't miss 2 in the next 4 days, right? So this is how that works. If we don't miss 2 in the next 4 days, the next peak day is in 4 days. So I gotta wrap up the Chinese Duolingo stuff at least by that time. And just realized that, oh no, that's fine. Yeah, at least by that time, or else it's gonna be crazy. All right. That's it. So yeah, if you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu, right? Or aras. Aras, amas. Yep. And I'm gonna get up, stretch a little bit. It's been quite some time. Get some hydration, and I'll be back for Hanzuhiro. Thank you.